Hello, friends. Should be live. I think we're all good to go now, finally, after a whole lot of waiting. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, Sunday morning, whatever it is where you are. Remember last week we did a whole lot of work over here on this other side with our forest industry. We're going to continue all of that, in addition to getting angry about all of the new building pop-ups that I can't seem to figure out how to turn off. But that's just the way these things go. So we're sitting right here at about 12,000 residents. We've got some pretty high demand for residential and commercial. And we're going to be doing a little bit more with regard to that, figuring out how we can further optimize how stuff is set up, a little bit more mass transit, and continue growing things in a way that makes sense and not just plopped out squares like we've done the last couple episodes. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Glad to see both of you in chat today. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's take a look at our traffic real quick. It's actually better than it was before. 84%, looking pretty good there. I think the usual suspect, this little intersection right here. So we're going to have to figure something out for this. Not entirely sure how to get around that. We might end up just having to have this be an out only, because we do have this 4-lane right here. So let's go ahead, since we're already here, go into road upgrades and turn this guy into a one-way, nope, other way, there you go. And see if that shifts most of our traffic to go up this way. I think that might work. Mass transit for a better city, you are correct. That's what we did a little bit last episode with all of the monorail stuff we put in. We do still have bus lines, and I want to put trains in too, but we are not quite there. To access the outside train line, we could still have cargo train lines running in between different districts when we get to that point. But I don't think we are quite there yet. We still got a decent bit of work to do. Like for right here, our fish factory keeps flickering on and off between enough fish and not enough fish. So probably what we're going to need to do is figure out a little bit of a better solution for our fishing industry over here. We do have, if we go into our thing right here, we do have plenty of shellfish that can be caught out here. We just have to make our fishing routes a little bit longer. Maybe put in another one of these fishing docks just for shellfish. We also have these other options, but we can't really fish for too much else right now. As we expand, we'll be able to get into the rivers, and some of those, especially over here, yeah, we'll have salmon in them. Blimps. I don't know how to feel about blimps. And I don't know why it gives us blimps so early. So where's the blimp thing? Is it under air transport? No, that's the actual airport zone. So there's a blimp depot right here. Blimp stops. It's just like, why? Why do I need blimps to go all over this entire town? We might get there at some point. But for right now, I think we're going to want to go ahead and maybe put in another one of these shellfish fishing harbors, if I can remember where it is. There it is. Let's come up here on the quay a little bit further along. Maybe right about here. Get it all hooked up. Blimps are a meme, a good meme, but a meme nonetheless. I hear you on that one. They can move a lot of people. Yeah, we unfortunately don't have a lot of people to move right now. I actually think our monorail is a little bit premature. We probably would have been fine with buses for a while, but I really wanted to see monorails because, well, you know how that goes. Let's go ahead. Too steep, huh? Oh, that is pretty steep. All right, well, let's take a look here with our Move It mod. See if I remember how to do height control. See, I looked this up, and I still don't know how this works. Hi, Nicole. Welcome in. I'm trying to figure out currently how to do height adjustment with the Move It mod. I looked it up, and I thought I was smart, but I guess I didn't. To terrain height? No. Oh, okay. Well, that's an idea. I want this to go down. But I guess it doesn't want to Doesn't want to let me do that. Ah, haha. There's a height adjustment. I can type it in manually. What if I, Okay, that's too low. All right, I misjudged what the values of the thing were. Okay, that's a little better. We'll go up one more. That is substantially better right there. Page up and page down. See, I tried that and it didn't work, so I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure what the deal is with that one. We'll take a look at that maybe a little more in a bit here. So that's not doing much of anything. Maybe I should just move this back. What? Okay, what's going on with these cars here? Oh, that's because I'm moving all this stuff. All right, that's fine. Can I move our key walls out just a little bit here? I thought this was going to be an improvement. Maybe not. Maybe not quite. Minus on the keyboard. We'll try a couple different things. See if I can get this to interact nicely here. Be gentle, it's my first time playing with mods. Like this, at least. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And we'll just give our curves back here. Come on. At some point, there we go. That looks a little better. All right, now that actually kind of works as is, but I do want to have the original height protected here. All right. This is squirrely all over the place. Okay, neither page up, page down, or plus and minus seem to be doing anything here. Oh, the fun of figuring things out on stream. Best way to learn is by doing. Yeah, that is my general philosophy with most things in life. Sometimes it's not great, though. Sometimes. Let's try 151.5. See if that helps at all. 0.6. Okay, we're getting there. 0.7. I just want to make sure we have this entire concrete area up here pulled out. There we go. That looks pretty good. Pulling on the segments along lines when you hover curves the keys. Phonetic reading is not always the solution, folks. Pulling on the nodes keeps them straight. You cannot raise or lower the segments, only the... Okay, that might explain what the problem is with that then. Yep, okay. Now, can I find... Alright. There we go. Let's try 150 right here, see if that improves anything. No, not really. Well, this isn't so bad that I'm worried about it, honestly. We'll fix this at some point in the future, or maybe I will off stream because it's not really the best kind of content. There we go. I can actually put that in now. Boy, does that look ugly, but it is what it is. And I think we'll have to do a little bit of terrain modification here. We had fun with that last episode, didn't we? And I think that's exactly what we ended up doing. We just ended up lowering this a little bit. But it's not going to like me doing that because we have the roads here. So if we can just kind of smooth it out a tiny bit so it doesn't look quite so... Okay, well, never mind. This is going to be dumb anyway. I tried. Let the record show that I attempted to make this look nice and the game said no. It is what it is. Is this still zoned? Okay, good. Maybe someone will build something there. Slap some trees on it with anarchy. If you can't see it, it's not there. I like the way you think. Oh my. Alright. What kind of trees do we want to put in here? What kind of trees would be close to the beach anyway? Probably not a flower tree. I thought that was a live oak for a second. We've got those here. The state that I live in. But it's not. Tree with leaves number 2. What do you mean it's already occupied? Alright. Wow, look how nice that looks when you can't see how awful the terrain is. I quite like that. Scenic. Hide the crimes. Oh no, oh no. Okay. So that's taken care of. I think that's a nice improvement there. We have to actually still make the fishing route here. So this is the shellfish harbor, so we're going to struggle to line stuff up, I guess, but let's just go ahead and do one of these numbers here. That's going to connect to that too, isn't it? Okay, no, we'll come over here. Just have this whole thing kind of end up being a big old zigzag. I think that should be long enough to get us 100% efficiency. Now, is that going to connect or is it going to get angry at me? There we go. All right, looks nice. We'll turn on our turbo speed here. See our fishing boats go out. Should be able, hopefully, to get 100% efficiency if we wait long enough. See, these guys are both right here at 100%. That's looking fine there. Cool, so that is a nice improvement for right now. Sure, we'll have to fix something else later. But that ought to give our fish factory a little bit more of a boost. Traffic-wise, we don't have a freight mass transit. We don't have a cargo terminal for trucks or trains over here to go all the way over to this part of the city. We will probably end up doing that at some point. Just haven't quite figured out how that's going to work yet. Stop playing before they added fishing, but I think that might be too long. We'll cross 100%. It's probably... Okay, yeah, that is actually kind of long. Compared to this guy might actually be longer. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, there we are. 100%. Yeah, the fishing, I believe, was part of the Sunset Harbor DLC. I could be wrong. But I believe that's what that's from. I love looking at the traffic not stopped. Except for right here is still kind of a problem, so we need to figure something else out here. So this is still looking kind of rough, honestly. So these guys are all trying to... Okay, no. Why are you trying to turn right from the left lane? That's not how we do things here. No. No, you go that way. Oh, no, I just told them they had to do that. No. Oh, I thought this was another lane. It's just parking. Okay, we're good. We're okay. We are okay. I thought that was going to be so much worse than it was. Okay, so they shouldn't even be able to do that anyway. I was just overreacting. Would recommend looking at a city with great public transit on Google Maps. Excuse me, I had to sneeze there. So here's the thing. I grew up in Atlanta, okay? We do not... we don't have good public transit. Oh, I rode the train some when I was actually living in the city, and that was nice. But the bus system is kind of a mess because the street grid's completely bonkers. And what's funny about that is the Union Army burned the whole thing down in the 1800s, right? So they had a chance to actually do it the correct way when they rebuilt it. No, they just made it worse. It's fine. Now everything's a parking lot, or have to have 800 new parking spots if you build an apartment complex on an acre lot, and it's just... Atlanta's a mess. So I don't think we're going to be emulating that one. Understand Where I Am isn't too great either. Yeah, it's honestly impressive how bad it can be sometimes. It truly is. When I think of great public transit, at least in the U.S., I think of New York City, or maybe to a different extent someplace like a San Francisco with the cable cars. Obviously, San Francisco is a completely different can of worms, and they've got their own problems. But just a city that embraces transit and not just as an afterthought. Be nice. I think Seattle might have some, well, better than we have at least. Seattle's got a lot of character to it, too. How are we doing? Okay, we still don't have a whole lot of fish. Huh, I wonder how much fish we're actually supposed to be producing for that to be that much of an issue. Not enough educated workers, huh? So you need university people to work in a fashionable fashion shop. You want people with college degrees to sell clothing. That seems kind of suspect to me, unless you're, I don't know. Yeah, I still can't think of a justification for that. Minimum parking requirements are terrible. Yes, you are speaking my language. Chicago's L is cool. I have not gotten to ride it. I've got a friend who lives in Chicago. I want to go see it at some point. But it is just... It's really cool to see a city that actually still uses transit, because Atlanta had at one point, I think in the 1930s, 1940s, might have had one of the best streetcar systems in the United States. And they had all these rails going everywhere and all these different arterial roads. And some of them you can actually go down the street in certain spots and you can see the old rails poking through the asphalt. So, I don't know. It just really bugs me seeing transit thought of as an afterthought or turned into some dumb political squabbling. Like, people need to get places. It doesn't have to be political. Just get on the bus, get on the train, or whatever. U.S. zoning is extraterrestrial to me, I imagine, just having to get in a car. Oh, my friend, let me assure you, it is worse than you could ever imagine. So I live, we've got a 2-acre lot way out in the suburbs, kind of rural area. It's nice. It's a very beautiful landscape. And it's a very nice place to live, but it is far from everything. When I was in high school, I had to drive 10 or 15 minutes to get to school. I could have ridden the bus, but the bus would have taken like an hour and a half one way because it had to make so many stops. Like, I'll just drive, whatever, because everybody drives here. That's just how it works. The nearest grocery store is 10 or 15 minutes. The nearest, well, I don't know, I work about 20 minutes away. So it's not really that bad, but there's no options for transit in my county at all. Because it's just, oh, well, we don't want to pay for that, because it's dumb political stuff that I really probably should not get into on YouTube, because people get really mad about that stuff. But it just seems people in this country don't necessarily want to prioritize the needs of others over the needs of themselves, and that irritates me, regardless of what side of the political coin you fall on. Yeah, so when my parents actually moved here from California in the late 80s, and my mom lived... she had a house before they got married, so they moved into that one. And they had a 90-minute one-way commute with no traffic. With no traffic. I'm not going to obviously tell you exactly where to where, but it's in the LA Metro. And now I think that could be, in traffic, that could be a 3-hour drive. Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Is that Belgrade, or am I pronouncing that wrong? 2 million people approximately bought my first car a month ago at 28, never needed it. Yeah, it's amazing, especially in different countries that are not the U.S., just how much better set up they are for transit. It is astounding. Like even a place like, you'd say, like some places in Britain probably aren't great for public transit. They're still way better than almost anywhere in the U.S. Or like, oh yeah, you have your nationalized railroads, or did they denationalize the railroads in Great Britain? I'm not sure. I don't remember. But we have, I should probably actually play the game, because that's why we're here. But we have, of course, in America, we have Amtrak, which is the nationalized passenger carrier, as a result of trying to bail out the railroads in the 70s because of other stupid things that happened. And it is shackled so hard by the freight railroads, who own all the tracks. They're supposed to give priority to the passenger trains. They never do. And then as a result, the passenger trains are always late, and it's very expensive to get a ticket on there. So if you want to take Amtrak somewhere that isn't the Northeast Corridor, which is an area of the U.S. between our capital in Washington, D.C., and cities like New York, Boston, Philadelphia, if you know where any of those are, that's a really great segment of the Amtrak system, because they own their own tracks there, and they can have quote-unquote high-speed trains that go 150 miles an hour, or roughly 240 kilometers an hour? I'm not entirely sure how that works. But any other country in Europe or Japan or China would be laughing at calling that a high-speed train. But it's all we got. Good pronunciation. Good. Excellent. Thank you. Trains in the UK got privatized and thus ruined. Yeah, so again, I really should be careful what I say because I know we have people of diverse political opinions who watch these videos, but I don't think it's usually a good thing to have private industry completely control a whole bunch of public infrastructure. Last suggestion before I have to head out is to have a dedicated on and off ramp for the roundabouts that should help traffic a little. Are you talking about with regard to like this one right here to have things that bypass the roundabouts entirely if they just want to go here to here? Or are you talking about something different like with the highway? Like up here? Because I'm not entirely sure what kind of dedicated on-off ramps we could have outside of this, because this is pretty much just the same deal as the highway. That you get off here and then this just goes straight there. Okay, so you were talking about the just having bypasses right here from here to here. Well, that's pretty much, if you look at the way the lanes are routed, that's pretty much exactly what this right lane is. Is this right lane only turns into this lane, which only turns into this road. So anyone who is going from here to here could just do that. So I'm not sure that would actually relieve much traffic. Maybe right here, because this is so backed up, but again, I'm not really sure that's the best solution to that, unless you're talking about for these other ones that we haven't set up quite the same way. Because I don't remember how we had these guys set. Oh, we haven't done any of this. Oh, this actually should probably be a 4-laner right here. So even if that's not what you were talking about, I am going to fix that. So thanks for inspiring me to take a look at that at least. Yeah, you see what the cars are doing? Yeah, it doesn't really make sense at first glance, but if you studied it a little bit, it gets a little better. Lane mathematics. We're going to leave this as 3 lanes, of course. Let's see. Check out our... Yeah, see, this isn't set. I think that's what we want. That should be fine there. We don't have enough traffic here for this to really be that much of a problem. I definitely don't want these to merge. So this should probably actually be... Oh, I didn't make this segment 4 lanes. Okay, that's a good thing we're looking at that. All right, let's try that again. I'm not in love with this. Yeah, let's kill that. Sometimes you fly through areas hard to see what the cars are doing. Okay, I understand that. Probably would be in our best interest to try and keep things a little more organized and accessible. All right, can I... Okay, because this is a one-way. That's right. That's a one-way, so that probably should... Well, if we were actually lane mathematicking the correct way, this should probably be 5 lanes here. Or this should be 2, and this should be still be 4. This should be 2. You know, actually, this doesn't need to be 3, I don't think. This could honestly be 2 lanes probably and be fine. I don't know. My name is not Biffa. I don't really know what I'm doing with regard to all this, but I can still try. All right. Did we look at highways? We have 2-lane highway, 1-way highway with sound barriers. Don't care about sound barriers. I think we just want to turn definitely this segment needs to be 2 lanes for sure. Are you serious? I can't upgrade this? I could do that one. What's the deal with that? All right, anarchy, go. I don't know why it didn't want to let me do that, because it's not actually intersecting with anything. Have a great day. Can't wait to finish when I get back, and thanks for the season finale of Timberborn. Yeah, you are welcome. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Is this facing the wrong way? No. Well, glad you were able to be here for whatever time you were able. So always feel free. Whatever you're actually able to do is completely fine. I'd never expect everyone to watch everything, because, one, that's just a little insane. Two, everyone's got stuff they're doing in their life. They don't need to watch some guy play video games all day. But I do always appreciate it when people take time out of their day to get involved with what we got going on here. I like to think we have a good time. Am I going to build a hospital? Probably should. Although we don't seem to really have that much need for one at this point. We'll probably need to. Alright, so that goes down to 2, and then 1 that splits off. That's fine. So this honestly probably should still be 3 here, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. We can always re-upgrade it later if we so choose. Because I think this helps us a little bit in our lane management here. Okay, that looks a little better. Yeah, because that lane should split into 2. This one probably shouldn't split into 1, so then this probably does need to turn into 2 lanes. So then, of course, split that. What? Okay, no, that's not how that works. All right, you go to that lane. You go to the lane. You go to that lane. Don't drive on the shoulder. What are you doing? You go to that lane. What? Hello? Why are you... No one should be driving on the shoulder of the road here. I guess they're done with that. Except that guy. I don't know. Alright, let's come back in here. Fix this, because that was a right mess there. Alright, so straight through. That's an improvement there. Now, if this were a two-way street, this would probably make a little more sense. In fact, let's actually upgrade that to a two-way street, because we don't really need to have that be a one-way anymore. It'll be fine just like this. Don't know if it's because it works better for amount of traffic, but I've heard Biffa recommend sprinkling some commercial squares in residential areas so they don't have to go. Yes. So that would be closer to how, you know, the rest of the world does zoning in the United States. We don't really ever see that unless it's legacy areas integrated into older cities. In the US, this is much more emblematic of how we might have stuff laid out. It's just huge blocks of residential with residential services like churches and libraries and schools and everything, and then commercials usually just one big strip. But in older cities, you'll see stuff like mixed use, like in Chicago, for example. We were just talking about that, in New York especially. You'll have ground level retail or stores or butchers, greengrocers, and stuff like that, and then apartments above, which is, I believe, how most of the world does everything and doesn't have to worry about zones. So we probably should actually integrate some of that stuff, which we will end up doing when we redo all of this mess. Kind of make little neighborhoods, pockets of stuff. But that would be a much better way to do that. Why were they complaining about money? I thought I saw money pop up there. Anyway, let's wrap this up real quick so we can get this all figured out. So that's exactly what this should be. One lane goes to one lane, goes to one lane. Okay, and that being a two-way, that's good. That gives them a chance to change lanes in the middle a couple times. Osterfer houses have the right idea. Yes. And that is pretty similar to what I was just talking about with the store in the bottom and the apartments up top. That, honestly, that's pretty ideal, in my opinion. I am not an urban planner. I do not have a degree in anything like that, but I do have an interest in it. I think it's fun to think about what could be. Are any of these set up? I think okay, so what is this mess right here? This needs to be 2 lanes. There we go. I love how the lanes are just wider. They're not, doesn't actually shrink the size of the pavement at all. Because that's okay, why? No, that's no. That's not how this works. we do have, okay, this needs to be 2 lanes. We do have what we call 5/1s in the United States in some cities now, which are just these ugly corporate apartment buildings. When I say corporate, I don't mean they're owned by like corporations. Well, they technically are, but they're these giant corporate landlords that just design the same boring things over and over and over again and just plop them down everywhere. And they call them 5/1s because you have one story on the bottom is made of concrete, like a concrete block or poured prefabricated slabs, and it has shops and restaurants and stuff on the bottom, and then 5 floors on top of wooden frame development, like what most houses in America are built out of dimensional lumber. And code does not allow them to go any higher than 5 stories, so that's why you'll see any area of the city that's gentrifying rapidly is going to have these 5/1s everywhere, and they all look the same. They're all boring. There's no imagination, and they all have huge parking decks because parking minimums, which I know you brought up before. It is certainly something. Most fascinating thing to me about the U.S. are the urban freeways. Yeah, so funny story about the urban freeways is, again, going back to the dangerous political territory, is the freeways, I don't know if you ever would have been taught this in school growing up, but the freeways in the U.S. were the brainchild of a guy named Dwight Eisenhower, who was a general in World War II and was a president in the U.S. in the 50s. And he was inspired by, during World War II, the German Autobahn, which you're probably a little more familiar with than you would be from something from the U.S. But the Autobahn, of course, was developed partly to be a military supply line by Nazi Germany. And he was so impressed by the efficiency of just moving mass amounts of equipment and people that quickly. He said the United States needed it, and that it was a matter of national security. So they used military engineers and military equipment, and they just built a ton of these things all over the country. And they did it really fast, too. Within most of the network, I think, was done within a decade, which for American construction is extremely fast. And when they had them go through cities, they had to pick which way to go to do routing and stuff, and then that's where the politics come in. So again, I'll do my best to try to remain objective about stuff, but well, you know how history works. The people who win get to write the history books, so you don't ever really get to see too much of a perspective of the people who lost in any of that kind of stuff. And especially in Atlanta, the areas that the freeways went through were usually poorer income, usually ethnic minorities, and areas that the people who were in charge didn't really want to see do well. Yeah, it's a difficult subject to articulate accurately without political bias, which is why I generally try to avoid most of that stuff. But it is pretty impossible to ignore some of the stupid stuff that's happened in the history of this country. And I think that's the best way to learn about things, is to acknowledge the past and figure out how you can do better in the future. Yeah, I'm gonna try to avoid race politics, but there's definitely a huge part of that happened in the freeway construction point of the history. A death wave, huh? Is that because people haven't, oh, okay. Because I had the cemetery set to empty, and this one is full. Alright, so we can fix that just by unpausing the cemetery. Anyway, like I said, obviously politics in the U.S., politics in Europe are vastly different, and there's different societal implications of both of those things. I really wish we could have crematoriums, but we don't have enough people yet. They really, really help speed this stuff up. And it's just unfortunate how intertwined greed and racism and everything is in the overall scheme of city planning and development, which is actually truthfully how stuff ends up working most of the time, unfortunately. It's a very disheartening. to me personally to see people get so up in arms about differences that really honestly shouldn't matter. But that's just the way things go. So let's keep building here. I guess to kind of close that out with something that's actually immediately relevant to the topic at hand. In the 60s in Atlanta, they were trying to put in multiple freeways through downtown. Oh no, you're fine. That's all right. Jokes don't always pan out in text form. I understand that. We had there's a freeway in Atlanta called the Downtown Connector, which goes between different parts of the city, and is actually two of our interstate highways that merge together. And they routed that specifically through a poor neighborhood of the city because those people they knew did not have the resources to fight it. Where the wealthier communities had already said, "Hey, you're not going to put this here. We're going to vote you out of office, or we're going to find where you live and we're going to come hunt you down or whatever." Because people can get real nasty about this stuff. So they put that freeway where they did, and they had other ones they wanted to put through. I want to do videos about this kind of stuff, like historical context of urbanism and different development things. I don't know if that's something you guys are interested in. Let me know, because I would be very interested in actually, I went to college for journalism and I know how to do research and all this other stuff, and I'm just waiting for an excuse to use it. But I just think it's really intriguing how so much of this is set up just to funnel money to different groups of people. Like, even where I live out in the country, we have problems with developers will just, oh, okay, let's buy this 200 acres of farmland and put 400 houses on it. Okay, well, sure, you can legally do that. You're allowed to develop property that you own. But the people don't take time to think that you're going to put 400 houses on 200 acres in farmland. Those people have cars. They're going to have to drive somewhere. They're going to have to be on the road. So you're going to take a 2-lane rural road with a speed limit of 45 miles per hour, and you're going to put 400 cars a day at least on that road. You can't do that. So then people complain about how the traffic is so bad. It's like, well, yeah, of course the traffic is bad, because people don't plan for anything. They just say, oh, I can make a ton of money by putting a bunch of houses on here, and it doesn't matter because I'm not going to have to live here. So that's what's happening kind of where I live now, is people are, let's put a little bit of commercial up here, since we were just talking about that. People are now all complaining about how bad the traffic is. Like, okay, well, yes, but you also chose this. You're the one that wanted to put all these houses on farmland where the closest grocery store is 20 minutes away. Now you got to put all these houses here. Think I should do the urban history? Okay. I don't know if it'll make sense on this channel, or at least not without a huge pivot. I might do a second channel for documentary type stuff if there's enough interest for it, because I really, really, really want to do stuff like that. It's fun. So I have heard in regard to freeways, there must be 1 mile every 5 that has to be straight so a plane could land on it. I'm actually not sure if that's a real thing. I've heard that all my life as well. And especially if you go in the American West, there's a lot of freeway that is completely straight. Like, just absolutely, completely straight for 5, 10, 15 miles, especially Interstate 10 in, let's see, West Texas, New Mexico to a certain extent, Interstate 40 in North Texas, and then Arizona, New Mexico. I don't know if it goes through Oklahoma at all. I think it might. But there's a lot of that out there that is completely straight. So that is definitely something that I guess would be plausible, but again, I'm not sure that that's actually what the intent was. Obviously, in the 40s and 50s, military airplanes were a lot slower and could have had shorter runways to land and take off from. And even, I don't know if you've seen any of these news stories or not, but it's not that uncommon that we'll have a small private pilot in like a Cessna or something land on the freeway when they have engine trouble or run out of gas or something, which I always think is really funny. It's like, well, yeah, here's a big wide runway, just happens to have a bunch of cars on it, but you start flying a plane down on one of these things, and people get out of the way. They'll get out of the way, or they will be moved. Do you ever watch Louis Rossmann in a series about New York real estate? No. I watched some of his stuff about a right to repair. Obviously, that's like his main thing. But I haven't been keeping up with too much. I know that real estate in New York is very expensive. And there's a lot of political stuff about that, too, with regard to rent control and all the corporate landlords for all of these offices and everything. And I know he's moving out of New York for all of his stuff. But I have honestly not kept up that much with it. How are we doing here? Making money. We could be doing more planed timber. So where's our sawmill? It's the main building. Biomass pellet plants. Okay, there's sawmills. We could be doing a couple more of these things. Are these all one-ways? I think they are. These are all still one-way. I think we can go ahead and extend this out. Are these industrial roads? I think is what we had this set to. Yes, okay. Nicole says, yes, we have the same problem in Texas. Are you referring to the bits about development with all the houses going everywhere? Where there's absolutely no reason for them to be putting billions of houses everywhere? Because, yeah, when I think of the really developed parts of Texas around the major cities, that's definitely what I think of. Those huge housing tracts with 1 or 2 entrances. You got a couple hundred or even 1,000 homes. And there's no commercial anywhere nearby, so you always have to get in the car and go somewhere. Okay, Rossman moved to Texas. Turns out he couldn't get a loan from banks for the past 10 years because New York State had a lien on him. Sending the notices to Maine? What? That's nuts. Although I could honestly believe that happened. Government can be kind of hard to deal with. Hey, welcome. Glad to have you here. We're talking a little bit about urbanism and related stuff, trying not to be too political, but you know how this stuff goes. And we're updating our forest area here. I'm trying to remember what medium tree plantation. That's right. I was going to put a couple of these other ones in here. Do we have a large tree plantation or no? These are all wood chip storage, log yards. What is this building? Pulp. Oh, we have to have a little 5 for a pulp mill? Okay. Is this a two-way road? I think it is, yeah. Just trying to get this to get a little bit further up. Yeah, dealing with planning and zoning can be very, very annoying. Especially if you're a business owner and you don't do everything exactly the way you're supposed to do. You can get into some pretty big trouble pretty quick with the governing bodies. I think I will, I guess we'll just do that. That's probably fine. Just have this stuff all kind of sapling greenhouses. Yeah, we'll fill this in with some other tree plantations. Is that... Am I going to fit 2 in here? Oh, no. So close. Alright, what can I fit... Maintenance building. Do we have one of these? I actually don't think we do. I wish I could turn off this overlay so I could actually see what's going on. That would be quite nice. Let's I guess let's just try right here. We have to not forget to hook up all of our pipes. Sheesh. We all have Greek roots. That, I believe, 100%. There's a bunch of really good Greek food places in Atlanta. Alright, let's see. Get this just about done. I just want to make sure I don't have to do this hopefully ever again. Why is this... Hello? Okay. That's fine. Move that like so. That should take care of, realistically, that entire side of things. one more for down here. Oh, that one little spot is going to be very irritating. Alright, that should be fine. Alright, so I put my small tree plantation there. I got the forest maintenance building there. These roads are not one way. That's probably fine for these to both be two ways here. Storage efficiency, 105%. How do you have more than 100% efficiency on the storage? I don't think I understand that one. All right, I wanted more planed timber, so let's see. We need to put in a couple more of these sawmills. Let's see, do we have... These are all one-way roads. So probably want to maintain that. Just leave this as its own kind of a thing here. Where are my sawmills? Right here? Yeah. All right, so I don't have anywhere I can stick that up there, but I think we can put in a industry road right there and be able to stick our sawmills on either side. Yeah, that works right there. That's fine. They'll start getting their products stuffed in there. I think that should end up being okay. Oh my. I don't think you need to censor where you're from. Unless you don't want people to know, then that's fine. But yeah, we're glad to have you here, no matter where you're from. Yeah, I think we still need more raw forest products. Can I? Oh, yes, I can. Haha. Could put a couple of those guys right there, and then... Is there something small I can stick right here in the corner? What is this? Engineered... Oh, we don't have any of these yet, do we? Engineered wood plants, huh? Engineered wood plants manufacture forestry special good plain timber. That's what they need, not the sawmills. Okay. So what was I thinking? Or maybe I already do have engineered wood stuff. I just honestly haven't been keeping track at all. Because the sawmills are going to be producing plain timber. But this also says that the engineered wood plants produced plain timber. Isn't engineered wood just like the what are that oriented strand board or those hybrid beams and stuff you can get that are, I don't know. I'm not a construction expert, but let's see if we can find somewhere to stick one of these things. Not really much of anything to put anywhere, huh? How close are we to... Oh, we just need more workers. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Okay, I can agree with that. This isn't even full of workers either. So what is the deal here? So happy to cap a live stream. Love your videos. Thanks for being here. Hoping you're having a fantastic rest of your Sunday wherever you are. We're just chilling, hanging out, playing some Cities Skylines, and casual urbanism discussion. Yeah, these guys say there's not enough buyers for products. But there should be, because all this is pretty much self-contained. I guess we could probably expand this little residential area a little bit. I'm going to try to have minimal connections to this main road, if at all possible. I just think of those things as product 1, product 2, and products make me money. I hear that. I never noticed how much this sloped over here. It's actually quite a considerable incline on this fence right here. That's pretty funny, actually. So how are they, I guess the driveway for that's right here on the high side. That's fine. Alright, so I think, yeah, our problem was we didn't have enough workers. We need 50 more, so we should probably build a couple more things over here. So we'll go ahead and extend down this side. Extend this out another little bit. Is that gonna connect all the way up here? No. But that will connect there. That's fine. Not enough buys generally means a traffic problem. All right, well, let's take a look at our traffic then. It's not bad. It could definitely be better. And that may even be a function of having the wrong kind of road here. Having stuff a little bit too close. But I don't think this is as bad as we think it is. I think there is a fire station here already. Yep, we got a firehouse. This area is pretty well covered. We might want to put a second one in at some point. And I think, oh, this one, does this not have a fire station? In the farming village? No. Let's fix that immediately. You gotta have fire stations. How are we doing on police? Okay, there's no crime here, so they don't care. That's fine. Busy with a quinceanera yesterday, so I'm relaxing. My feet are still hurting. Yeah, I imagine if you're out dancing, having a good time all day, your feet are gonna hurt for a while. But that sounds like fun. Glad you're here. Why, when I always play this game, I can't build American blocks of houses, but it turns out everything is chaotic and intricate? I'm not sure I'm understanding what it is you're asking. Are you talking about American blocks of houses as in like a suburb where everything is just residential everywhere? Because that's what this is. This is like where a lot of people in America grow up in a suburb like this. Or you can have just boring old complete square blocks, which I guess are still accurate to a lot of cities, but not always the most exciting thing to see. I think it requires being intentional with your design of stuff. You can't just plunk stuff down all the time. God, I want the crematoriums so bad. We need them. Do we have we have incineration plants. Well, those are nasty. Landfill capacity is already... Oh, landfill capacity is already fine, so we don't really need to worry about it. I think it could just be a traffic issue, like you guys were saying. But our traffic really, in the grand scheme of things, is not bad. We're at 81% traffic flow. We're just kind of slightly bottlenecked with how stuff is set up. Probably would help to have a couple other outlets here. So I'm actually going to go ahead, take our industry road here, and connect it to this road because we have, well, we're not using it. City turns into a mess, but why does it work when there are no traffic jams anywhere? That I don't know that I can explain. Sometimes that's how it works here too. And then the most ridiculous layouts aren't going to have traffic, but if something is precision engineered, it's going to have the worst traffic imaginable. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but let's take a look here real quick if I can get it over here. So you see when you have the complete block solution here, and our traffic is not bad, but you see every time you have a corner, the traffic is always going to concentrate in specific spots. Like right here, we have this corner is important because you have this one-way coming in, you have this two-way, and this one coming up here, and they're all trying to get to this roundabout. So this is going to be a choke point. But if you have, say, something like over here, well, okay, well, that's really bad. We got to fix that. But all of this just kind of gently flows into each other because there's not that many intersections everywhere. And that does tend to help with traffic bottlenecks. Because right here you have traffic coming out of these industrial buildings, these fisheries, coming into a major arterial road that also has a monorail stop that is also an exit from all of this. And all these people are trying to get in here. There's a bus stop, there's shops and everything. So really, this whole area right here probably should have another connection somewhere else. So you see these trucks trying to get out of here. I don't want to click on that. I want to click on the truck. See, they're taking fish from the fishing harbors. They're trying to get out onto this main road. Left turns, well, at least with the American style of driving, where you go around like this, left turns are bad. So we need to figure out a way to eliminate them, if at all possible, which is going to be kind of hard, considering we're on the right side of this. So the only other real option would be to have a tunnel go underneath or an overpass and then come in on this side. But that wouldn't really fit the kind of building vibe we got going on over here, so I haven't really thought about doing that. So, okay, we got a lot of messages backed up here. Okay, city turns into a mess. Okay, we addressed that. Busy washing dishes, decorating, serving food, and had to help a family member. Oh, wow. So you were busy. Maybe you have despawning. I don't think I have despawning turned on. Yeah, I have no despawning. So we have every... Oh, are you talking about the other guy who was commenting? Yeah, so I don't think that's something you can turn off unless you have the traffic manager mod. I'm not sure. I haven't played without this mod in almost a decade. So. All right. And then you said something about monorails. Why are the monorails stopped? You are trying to go where? So this monorail is trying to get all the way back here, and it can't because there are monorails stopped here. Where are you trying to go? You're... Why? Why are you stopped? You guys just stuck? He's trying to get that way. This guy is trying to go nowhere, so, goodbye. We'll just delete that whole train. See if that helps. So, I don't know. Sometimes they just get stuck for some reason. I've not really ever figured out why that happens. So this should be all good. It'll respawn, so don't get worried about that. So yeah, see, they're functioning over here. North-south is working just fine. At least on that end. Yep, that's all working. And what are these saying? No more room in the cemetery. Yep. It's because we need the crematorium. I hate to just keep building these cemeteries everywhere. But they're okay now. Okay. Hearse is in use. I guess we could empty this one very slightly. See if that helps so we can get some more hearses freed up. Yeah, because they should be taking in a few more. They'll empty all these guys. Yeah, we'll leave that alone for a little bit. Lanes on the road should do one thing. One left, one straight, and one right. So we actually only have 2-lane roads for most of this. Are you talking about up here where we've got our highways? Hello? Okay, this is level 5. So now we can have a pulp mill modular house factory? Wow, that's kind of cool. Large tree plantation. So we'll mess with that in a little bit. The space up here, these are 3 lanes. And they go into a roundabout, so there's not really any opportunity for that there. These all kind of merge together. I think we have this set up. Yeah. So this is intended for ease of traversal. I guess this really needs to be more than 4 lanes. This probably should be 5 lanes. Yeah, the AI is kind of dumb. I think this might have helped our traffic a little bit up here. Though it should at least, because then our trucks can get back and forth and do all that stuff. Okay, this is... Oh, this needs to be 2 lanes. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does. All right. See, here we are doing all of our traffic management stuff again. All right, 2 lanes, 3 lanes. There we go. And I had just undone this earlier, but I think this actually does need to be set up that way now. Okay, that seems to help a little bit. But it is going to redo our all our stuff here. Yeah, let's just do that. We'll have those merge into that one. I don't think that's going to matter that much. Okay, and then that one, of course, can go that way. That'll be fine. So that seems to be a little bit better. This should relieve some of the traffic a little bit. These guys are all trying to turn left. So what if we just made all of these 2-way lanes? They don't have to be one-ways anymore. I think we've moved past the need for one-ways. So why... Okay, anarchy. There we go. I don't know why it wouldn't let me upgrade that. Lane math. I've tried. I have tried. I don't have enough lanes with these big roundabouts to do lane math unless I classify these all as highways. 4-lane highway. So I don't even have a 5-lane unless I go into this weird custom interstate design concrete highway garbage. Well, we've gotten most of the way there. Down here actually seems to be working okay. I do need to fix this, though. Yep, and then this comes back to 3. Yep, so all that stuff I did earlier I really did not need to be doing. But again, I just don't have enough lanes. I need 5 lanes. That's fine. We'll survive. Our traffic is not that bad anyway. Splitting off is always easier than getting together anyway. I have watched so much Biffa, you would not believe it. I just can't ever get it completely right. Because I need another lane. That's just it. It's like, these are fine. It's like, this is perfect, I'd argue, with the 2 lanes on and everything. This is all working out just fine. It's just, interfacing with the highway on-ramps is just, it's not great. Although, really, this should probably just be 1 lane around, if we're being completely honest. But, I don't think this is really going to get used that much anyway. That's fine. Amtrak should do like Japan did for bullet trains, separate high-speed lines from freight. Yes. So if you want that, write to your congressmen. Or women, I guess. We have those. But just to be brutally honest with you, I really don't think the government's interested in spending that kind of money. And especially a lot of taxpayers really do not want to pay for high-speed rail. Which, again, is a politically charged discussion that might not be the best thing to be talking about on the channel. I don't know what everybody's political beliefs are. I don't want to offend people. But I certainly have an opinion on it, I can tell you that. As far as I understand, it's really hard to take land away from private citizens to make anything, so adding additional tracts is near impossible. It's hard, but it's not impossible. In the United States, we have something called eminent domain, where if the government deems it necessary to use your land for a public interest, like expanding a freeway or some sort of asset or whatever, then they can take your land. They'll pay you fair market value for it, allegedly, and they'll write you whatever the taxable, assessable value of the property is, and they'll give you certain advance warning or whatever. And they'll also be able to take part of your property away. Like I know we have highways and roads get widened here all the time, and people who have houses near them will have to cede some of their property to the government for purposes of the right-of-way. I think we can stop emptying this. Yeah, that's fine. And they'll take, I don't know, like a 20 or 30-foot strip of the front of your property next to the road so they can widen the highway or whatever. That is perfectly allowable under American law. Don't know that I like that, but it is what it is. The problem is rail travel is very unpopular here from a political standpoint because the American society is so deeply entrenched in its love affair with the automobile. And there's a sense of identity around that I don't know the best way to describe it outside of I don't know. I think it's one of those things you have to be immersed in American culture to fully understand. Why is the fish factory on fire? It's not on fire. Liars. Firehouse is right here. But I think it's become an issue now where a lot of people have been so without the concept of trains as a means of moving people in America. It's been generations at this point since passenger rail was truly relevant in the 30s or 40s. So now people just think, oh, okay, well, driving a car everywhere is just how we do things. Why should I pay for someone to take a train? It's this complete generational shift of thinking that has created this really negative sentiment toward rail travel. And I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to fix it. Fully libertarian, but I've seen how much good trains work out and improve everything. So in that case, just like with waterworks, just let the government. Yeah. So see, this is the fun thing about having discussions, and you guys have been really good about this also, which I appreciate, is different viewpoints coming together to actually talk about a solution and not just steamrolling people because, oh, well, my opinion's the only one that can possibly be right. Like, no, that doesn't solve anything. They should just build, train derailments. Oh, boy. What's funny about the train derailments is it's entirely the fault of the railroads and not the government. Because the railroads build, maintain, and operate the track. And they won't upgrade their stuff because they don't want to spend their money on anything except paying their executives. So that's what you get when you don't maintain your stuff. The government could step in, and they actually have the legal ability to do so, but they're so politically hamstrung by lobbying that it's very, very difficult for them to actually enforce anything. Which is why with the East Palestine situation in Ohio, not Palestine as in the Middle East, there's a city in Ohio in the United States called East Palestine. There was a massive train derailment, I think it was 2 months ago now, a month ago, 2 months ago, where a bunch of hazardous chemicals got spilled in the soil. And the railroad has been desperately trying to cover stuff up. And the regulatory agency in the United States that takes care of handling such stuff is mired in so much red tape from the government that they really can't do anything. They're just now able to actually start taking action, and the Justice Department is suing the company and everything. It's been a huge mess. But that's entirely the fault of the railroad for, one, overscheduling their trains, two, not maintaining the property, the train tracks or anything, and they're having people who run the trains now operate sometimes these multiple mile long freight trains by themselves or with only one other person, and they can't possibly take care of all this stuff on their own. The equipment's not maintained, and then stuff crashes and people ask, why is this happening? Well, take a look, follow the money. People get greedy and they cut corners. It happens all the time. Or people would take trains if they didn't take Yes, absolutely. I would take the train every day if I could. Well, there's no trains near me, but that's the way it goes. For example, in the Northeast, they use trains a ton because they're very practical and easier than driving. You are absolutely correct. We actually talked about this a little bit, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, about how the only profitable corridor on Amtrak is the Northeast Corridor between Washington, D.C. and New York, because they have their own tracks. They maintain them. There's no freight train interference. They can just run their trains all day long. If you tell me to shut up with the topics, I'm only going to tell you to shut up if you're like actively harassing somebody. No, that's fine. Just maybe don't get too angry at people. We'll be all right. Trains require high population density. Large parts of America have too low population. Yes, that's also correct, which is another one of the issues. And it all kind of ties into itself, you know, where the whole thing is, oh, we don't have mass transit because there's no density. Okay, well, you also have no density because there's no mass transit. They both feed into each other. You can't just say, okay, build it and they'll come. That's a baseball movie. The Field of Dreams only works for baseball, right? You can't just plunk a huge high-speed rail line in the middle of nowhere, build a bunch of stations, and then complain nobody's riding it because there's no population for it to serve. It goes hand in hand with urban development, and that's another thing that makes me, I'm not going to say mad, because that's not really the right word. Maybe frustrated would be a little more apt of a description. Because it seems when development happens in this country, in the United States, there's such a lack of forethought into how's this going to look in 15, 20, 30, 50 years? How's the population going to increase? Are the demographics going to change? Is this population going to age to where they're going to need to have access to more things like healthcare, or they're going to have different stuff they can go do? Or is it going to become a thing where people can't drive because they're old, they want to walk places, or they want to have transit, they can go to the store or go to their shopping or whatever? But no, that doesn't get thought of because everything in America is so privatized that it's all a bunch of corporations just taking all of their money and their interests and doing their little projects everywhere, and nobody talks to anybody else. So you have these huge developments that don't have any basis for being there, and they have too many people living in one spot that can't go anywhere and can't actually accomplish anything, and then everyone complains about traffic because traffic is terrible because they have 1,000 houses in one spot and the closest grocery store is 10 miles away. So it is what it is. I don't think it's impossible to say that there's something wrong with that. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the Norfolk Southern thing, offering $1,000 to people affected. Yeah, no, you can't. You're never going to make that go away by giving them $1,000. You've got to buy the houses at more than fair market value. You have to compensate them for their personal injury and their loss and relocate them somewhere else. And then the company has to be punished. But it's not going to happen because the companies lobby the government and they pay congressmen to just ignore stuff. And it happens all the time. Here I go getting political again. But it's really upsetting. Because like I don't know, I am of the strong opinion that people should be allowed to live as they choose and do whatever it is they please as long as they're not hurting somebody else. It really does not matter. And these companies doing that just don't care about anybody else except their own profits and their personal interests. Yeah, so California high-speed rail, I'm behind on comments, I'm sorry. But California high-speed rail is a mess because California is a mess. And I'm not trying to like make that a politically charged statement. It's just a mess. There's a lot of stuff that gets mired in the bureaucracy and the red tape and everything. And California also has a problem with high-speed rail with the eminent domain thing we were talking about earlier, where it's an issue of people don't want to give up their land, which, understandable. You own it. You've lived there sometimes for generations. You don't want to give it up. You shouldn't have to because that's your right as a property owner. But it's so built up there, the train has to go somewhere. You can't just tunnel the whole thing underground because that's extremely expensive. So you have to stick it above ground. So your only option at that point is build above the highway, which again is very expensive and in some places is what they have to do. Or you just try to buy land from people. And it's taken so long that people have lost a lot of faith in it. And there's a lot of bad actors in the private sector and in some government agencies as well that are saying this is a boondoggle, it's a waste of money, it's a waste of time. Well, investing in logistics and transportation honestly can't ever be a waste of time because that is the future of the country that you're planning for right now. The investments you make today are going to pay dividends 10, 20, 50, 100 years down the road because you put in the work and the effort and the funds today to make sure you can support future growth. And if you don't, then what are you going to do? You're going to add another lane on the highway? No. That just doesn't work. And it's always the rallying cry is, oh, we'll just add another lane to the freeway. No, you won't. You do that, it's just going to be a disaster. There's people are going to be sitting in an hour and a half worth of traffic to go 5 miles. Like, no, that's no way to live. There are more important things in life than just having to live way far away from where you work and be miserable all the time, regardless of where you sit on the political spectrum. If you have the time in the U.S., that is an amazing way to travel. I've taken a train from Portland, Oregon to Chicago. Oh, so you took the Empire Builder from Portland to Chicago. L.A. to St. Louis, I believe, is the Southwest Chief, I think, goes that route. Yeah, I would love to take those. They're so expensive, though, and I just do not have the money. I guess if I wanted to do like a coach seat, I think you can have a coach seat for, I don't know, maybe like $100 or $200. But if you're gonna take the long distance train, you gotta get the sleeper car. You gotta have that whole experience, and then you eat in the dining car. You get the steak and all that. And I would love to do that. So maybe I don't know. Maybe in 10 years when I have all that YouTube money saved up, I can go and do that. Oh, I jest. But yeah, it is. Has always been a major interest of mine. Rail travel, that is. And it is, it's such a shame that it's so dysfunctional in this country. Because I really do love it. Really get angry, I've learned not to be. Yeah, that's just the best way to do it. Because people are always going to disagree. That's just the way the world works. But if you can find a way to find common ground with people who think differently from you, then I think it goes a long way toward having, one, respect for other people. Because you're never going to agree on everything. It's just not possible. But if you can respect people for being different and try to find a common ground with them, I think that's a much, much better way to go about life than just being mad all the time. Because that rarely accomplishes anything. Okay, we got to put some water in here in a second. Florida and Hawaii have interstate highways that start and end in the same state. Yeah, I always thought that was funny. At least Hawaii is knowledgeable enough about it to call them like H1, H2, H3, or whatever. Florida has Florida is an interesting state. I think we'll just say that. Florida's got a lot of problems. Yeah, and to your point about the return on investment for voters to care, yeah, that is probably one of the single biggest issues this country being the United States has right now, is a lot of people who vote are single issue voters. So they'll latch onto something that appeals to their religious interests, and it doesn't matter whatever else that particular politician believes or doesn't believe, as long as their single interest is protected, they just really couldn't be bothered. Which, all right, I mean, if you're voting, vote for what you choose. That's your right. I'm not going to tell you that you can and cannot vote certain ways, but I do think it's kind of sad that people get so short-sighted sometimes that they're willing to just throw everything away to protect one single thing. I'd much rather people have empathy for others and try to be responsible, compassionate citizens. That's important to me, no matter where you stand on political issues. Yeah, California, surprisingly, for how liberal some parts of it can be, is extremely, extremely NIMBY. For those of you who aren't familiar with that term, NIMBY is an acronym for "Not in My Backyard," where people will say, okay, well, you can build XYZ, you can build a homeless shelter, you can build a meat packing plant, whatever, but don't put it in my backyard. Okay. All right, I mean, you have the right to have an opinion about where stuff should be built, but if every single person says, don't build that in my backyard, where's it going to get built? It's got to go somewhere. Let's put a elementary school up here somewhere. Let's try to find a good location. I think we'll do up here, maybe. Might work. If we get too far away from the major road, then it starts to get kind of problematic. That works. Everyone on the West Coast is going to be trying getting something done with the homeless in Portland. People complain about them on the streets, but as soon as the city tries, everyone... See, that's the problem is... Oh boy, here we go with more politically charged comments. But the issue with that is there's not really any one solution, right? Because you have a society that incentivizes greed and causes people to have issue with helping others to do, for whatever reason that they choose to ascribe to it. People just want it to be somebody else's problem. So then it falls on the government to do something, but then the government can't do anything because the people that are in the government, that make up the government, are those same people that said it should be somebody else's problem. So, you know, it's sad because there's people that genuinely do need help, and there's a variety of reasons why homelessness occurs, and it's not always something to do with, oh, this person is just lazy, they don't want to work, or they're on drugs or whatever. It's complicated. There's just a lot that goes on in people's lives that you never really know when something can go south for you, right? And stuff could be completely fine one day, and then the next you're out on the street. It just happens that way sometimes. And I think a lot of people, again, this goes back to my earlier point, people, I think, sometimes deliberately choose not to have empathy for others. And you don't have to agree, but thinking of people as people first, I've found has always been a better way to go about life. I don't have to agree with you. I probably won't on a lot of things, but if I make an effort to understand where you're coming from and respect your agency as a person, then I think that goes a very, very long way. It takes you an hour to drive 10 to 12 miles in New York City. Yeah, that sounds about right. Although New York City is dense enough where if you're going somewhere, probably don't need to have commercial going all the way up here. If you're going somewhere that is accessible with mass transit, unless you have to carry a whole bunch of stuff or you're doing work that requires like a dedicated vehicle or something, then mass transit usually is the best option for that kind of thing. Just invent teleport. It's easier than fooling around with these roads. Yeah, if teleportation existed, man, that would be nice. Because traffic is terrible. It's truly abhorrent most of the time. Let's put in a, I guess we don't need another fire station just yet. We'll get there in a second. Police-wise, we're probably still okay. I want to make sure that we're not... Wow, that's a big elementary school. We're not putting ourselves in a super bad spot here. Just try to get things more or less on the up and up. Will the plumbing of this game work more efficiently if you connect all the pipes to each other? I actually don't think it matters. As far as I know, as long as there is just one connection to any point in the system, it works perfectly fine. Obviously, in real life, in a sewer or water supply system, there's going to be flow issues to be concerned with and all that, but this game doesn't seem to care. But I'm glad we went and checked this because now we're actually producing more than we're pumping, so thanks for reminding me about that. We'll go ahead and pop in another water tower. We are going to make this a little nicer at some point. But we need to put in another water treatment facility. Is this Inland Eco Water Treatment Plant? There we go. Let's pop that in the industrial district. Cool. All good to go. Waterworks are the easiest thing in my opinion. It's just a basic sum game. Another thing. Yep. That takes it from the lake river if you need more, and don't put poop where you drink water. Yeah, that sounds about right. Real life waterworks stuff is fascinating. I know, I think someone in chat last week mentioned the Practical Engineering channel. Grady over there does amazing videos about water and fluid dynamics and everything. So if you're at all interested, I highly recommend you check that stuff out. It's very, very interesting. And there's also political concerns with regard to water infrastructure that he handles in a pretty good way, I think. Especially with regard to disaster recovery and all that fun stuff. Wish mass transit was the answer. New York subway is a mess. You can easily get stuck. Yeah. So that's another thing is it's so complicated. It's such a convoluted system. We still don't have enough fish? Seriously? How many of these am I going to have to put in? Oh, okay. Hold on. All right. Look at this. Okay. First they were saying not enough fish. And then these people were saying there's not enough buyers for fish. My guy, you can't have both. They can't both be true. The fish market seems to be working at least. But yeah, the subway in New York is an interesting case study because it's been around for so long. It's become such an integral fabric of the city that there's really no way that you can upgrade it without just tearing so much of it out and starting over. But you can't do that because Manhattan is so built up. I don't even know if there's a single square inch of undeveloped land that isn't already designated as a park or something on the entire island. So what are you going to do? How are you going to demolish the subway and build another subway? You're gonna cut up the street, and you're gonna spend 2 weeks just digging up a street, and then 2 years having it be open while you build a subway line. Like Boston tried that with the Big Dig, although that wasn't for the subway. That was for the that highway. ASMR water drinking sounds. You're welcome. But that's another example of, I guess, misguided investment and stuff. Because the MTA has not had a very good history of managing the subway very well. And there's all sorts of problems with the way that agency is run. And there's not really an easy answer to any of it either. It's just one of those complicated, like, people are complicated. The games like this are nice because usually it is a 1 + 1 = 2 situation. But in real life, with the unpredictability of people and politics and society and stuff, 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2. Sometimes it equals 1. Sometimes it equals 3. Sometimes it equals 8. You never know. Like, each specific action that you take to address something is going to have far-reaching consequences beyond the system that you're attempting to fix. And that's kind of what makes it hard. Is this full? Yeah, cemetery is full. I guess we have to build another one. Oh, where am I going to put? I don't want to have people come all the way up here. But at the same time, there is not anything up here. Can I see what is this building? Slaughterhouse? Oh, there you go. Yeah, let's put the cemetery next to the slaughterhouse. Oh no. Landfill. Okay, that's disrespectful. But we can find somewhere better for this. Maybe up here at the end of this whole slope too steep? Really? How steep is it up here? Oh, okay. All right, I can see that. So if we just do one of those numbers, come all the way up here, peaceful in the middle of nowhere, with no power or sewer. Why does a cemetery need power and water? All right, we'll get this filled in a little bit more, and then we'll hook up all that other stuff. All right, and then power is just going to be... There we go. All right, let's see. What else are we talking about over here in the comments? America needs to start moving the data to the people, not the people to the data. Knowledge workers. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Work from home would solve so many problems. But there's one reason why it's not ever going to happen. Going back again, you guessed it, greed, corporate landlords, all these buildings in the downtowns of cities and everything, expensive commercial leases, and especially during the pandemic lockdowns, a lot of them were very, very heavily lobbying for the restrictions to be lifted and for people to go back to work, so they would actually be able to make money on their commercial leases again. But think about it. If all you do all day, you go into an office, you sit at a computer, and you put information into a spreadsheet. You don't need to be in an office to do that. You can do that from your own home. Then you don't have to commute. You're not polluting in your car, although pollution is much more of an industrial and a military issue than an individual person contributions to that. You don't have to worry about traveling anywhere. You spend more time with your family. You spend more time with your friends. You can pursue your own hobbies instead of spending 2, 3, 4 hours a day driving somewhere. Everybody comes out on top. Everyone comes out on top except the corporate landlords, and they don't like that. They have very powerful people in their back pocket where they say, oh, well, I can get what I want because I'm powerful and I've paid for politicians. Okay, well, that's might be true, but doesn't have to always be that way. Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. I think if the issue that comes about is if they don't rent spaces for offices, the rents go down, and then everything falls apart. It's just like the suburbs, a huge Ponzi scheme. My man, we're on the same wavelength here. That's all it is. That's what real estate is. It's speculation on the future value of property. If you treat housing like a commodity and not a necessity for people to live, then it all falls apart just as soon as people start to understand that you're pulling the wool over their eyes. Like I don't know, maybe just don't base all of your interactions as a society on greed, and we might be in a better spot. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think the Big Dig was pretty successful, created a beautiful park above, and made the trip to the airport much shorter. Yes. Agreed. It's just funny that the way they had to do it was so disruptive. But it does pay off. And that's another thing we have to consider when we're talking about stuff like these big public infrastructure projects, is a lot of people are really not going to be a fan of the inconvenience while it's being done, built, created, whatever. But at the end of the day, it ends up being pretty much a net positive for everybody. We got to figure out what we're doing with this. I think that's going to be something to take a look at. We might want to put another road coming out here to connect up to this spot. We might do that in a second. Let's see. Telecommuting is great, but there are too many people that won't understand it. Too many who refuse because of misguided beliefs that telecommuting means slacking off. Yes. Yes, and that it's a complicated issue. And there are going to be people that take advantage of a system like that and just say, "Oh, well, I don't have to actually work my full effort or whatever because I'm sitting at home and they can't monitor me." Okay, well, that's dishonest. You shouldn't be doing that. But then, of course, like the other side that you were mentioning with that is, well, there's really no reason to trap people in an office all day if they don't have to be there. And a lot of the work can happen at home or remotely, or not even necessarily. Who burned down a building? Really? You're not going to tell me where it was? So I love how it just tells me a building burned down and it didn't tell me where it happened. So now I got to go find this thing, huh? Oh, I hate this chirper thing. Okay, so where's our burned down building? Is it gonna show me at all? Or am I just going to have to find it? Because there really shouldn't be... really should not be an issue with anything burning down. Because we have pretty good fire coverage. Most places. It's not anywhere up here, is it? No? If we didn't have all that redundant office space, some of it could become residential and the price of housing could drop some. Yes, absolutely, but it won't. Until corporate landlords are eradicated. I'm not calling for violence. Please do not misinterpret. I just want people to be kinder to other people. That's all. But see, what's happening here, and a lot of places around the country, is these giant corporations are buying single-family homes and jacking the price up to either resell them or rent them out. And then people my age, if you don't have a whole lot of money, you can't buy a house. So what do? You live with your parents. You rent with 5 other people. And that makes it very hard to actually make some sort of progress with whatever you want to do with your life. If you're shackled to expensive rent for a place you don't really want to live with in the first place. It's a very, very complicated issue. But yeah, redundant office space, a lot of it could be turned into residential or other civic uses. Like in Atlanta, there was I think it was the old IBM PC headquarters somewhere. I think it was North Midtown or somewhere on the north side of the city. They actually bought it when IBM vacated it. The city bought it and turned it into a high school. And it's actually really cool. It's called North Atlanta High School. It's like a 10-story building or whatever, and they have all of the different stuff you'd expect to see in a school, but it's in an office building. So you have old conference rooms would become classrooms, and you have offices could become, well, teachers' offices or specialized classrooms. They have a parking deck. They've got all the athletic fields and everything a normal high school would have, but it's at an old corporate complex, and it's really cool. It's a good reuse of space. So it can be done. There just has to be deliberate effort made to do stuff like that, and a lot of people just either don't care, or there's certain political factions that think the city is automatically bad or wrong, or people who live there are this way or that way. It's like, there's nothing productive about that. You're wasting your energy. Corporate overlords don't want the housing rent prices to drop. Yep, same thing we've been talking about. My friends and I were deciding where to move a while back. They said the Netherlands to have a nice safety net. I said the U.S., I don't want a safety net. Well, if you don't want a safety net, the U.S. is a great place to be. I shouldn't say too much bad stuff. There are a lot of positives about this country and a lot of things that are really great. But social safety nets here are really not very much of a thing. Which, if that's something you don't want, then that's fine. Again, live life however you choose. Do not let me tell you how to exist. But I do think it's nice to have at least something underneath you if you do end up needing it. Greed, for lack of a better term, can go on, but we need greed that serves societal needs, like the greed that built the railroads or industries. Greed that fuels rampant speculation is bad. It can be good if we change this tax system to discourage non-productive speculation. That's an idea. Then a lot of this stuff would stop being a problem. Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up, because all the stuff that I've been saying and some of us have been saying about the greed that built these different industries has been objectively terrible. But the 18th century oil barons and all those railroad tycoons and everything did, at the very least, have an appreciation and respect for the process of investing in infrastructure. And especially with regard to railroads. It's like you had, what was his name? Is it Andrew Carnegie, who was who was like a steel tycoon, I think? Was also big into railroads. And there's a bunch of these like old rich guys that, depending on how you want to look at it, could pretty objectively be seen as terrible people that were very manipulative and just not very nice people to be around. But at the same time, they did understand the value of investing in something for a future purpose. And I think that's something that's kind of been lost with our modern day billionaire people. There's some of them that do invest positively in society and some of that are just grifters. I'm not going to name names, so you can't accuse me of being one way or the other. But the general idea, I think, of using wealth for the betterment of society as a whole, voluntarily or otherwise, is generally a good thing. Unless it's in the private interest and just based on greed, in which case, then, well, that's a different discussion entirely. Yeah, Carnegie Steel, that's the guy I was thinking of. But then you have like also, for example, J.P. Morgan in the 1800s, early 1900s, and the different companies that owned a lot of the steamers that went across the Atlantic, White Star Line, Cunard, and all them, they were all incredibly wealthy people. But they invested in infrastructure and industry to create stuff that would ultimately better society and not just themselves. And think about all the advancements in technology that came as a result of transatlantic trade in that period of time, and all of the investments in industry in the shipyards in Ireland and everything that built all those ships. And that's something that benefited those communities. Of course, there's downsides to everything as well, but that's just the way these things work. If you have a way to actually affect positive change, whether you're rich or poor or whatever, then I don't know. I just think it's nice when people care about others and utilize their resources in a way that makes life better for everybody else. All right, let's take care of putting these spots in here. Yeah, I think at least in America, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but the tax system here is definitely set up to where people can take advantage of it and avoid paying taxes by hiding wealth in real estate or offshore bank accounts or depreciating assets or whatever. So you have these giant corporations that don't pay taxes and suck up a whole bunch of stuff. And like, for example, like you have Amazon, Walmart, and all them, where a lot of their workers are actually on government benefits because they can't make enough money to survive working 40-hour work weeks there. But the companies aren't paying taxes. They get huge tax breaks. Or they, oh, you want to build a new distribution center. Okay, here's $1 billion in tax breaks for the next 40 years. And then meanwhile, half the staff are on food stamps or going to homeless shelters or on strain on society services and everything. Okay, well, what are you really accomplishing here? It's like, let's just take a moment to think about that. But people see dollar signs, and that's what they tend to narrow focus on, for better or for worse. Usually worse. All right, let's just keep adding more houses here. Tunnel boring machines, yes. They have been used. I think Atlanta had one for a reservoir project a couple years ago. They were putting in a park over in an old abandoned quarry, and they actually bored a huge sewer line all the way across town for that. That was kind of cool to see. They would have pictures and videos and stuff they do for it. But it's so expensive. Wealth gaps, yes. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm just glad that people understand this stuff. There's a lot of people I talk to in real life about, look, well, that's not real because I don't think it's real. Okay. You can crawl back under your rock. That's fine. Empathy just is so important. Again, even if you disagree with people, you can find a way to respect them. And at least listen to what they have to say before deciding whether they're stupid or not. All right, let's dezone some of these. Oh, that was already a commercial. We're trying to make sure we can have things here for people to buy on this main road. I think it's going to let me, no? I guess I have to dezone it first. Not too much more I could put in here. Just want to keep some sort of accessible commercial stuff. We are going to put a bus system going through here in a second. I want to see if we can get to 17,000 so I can finally build crematoriums. At any rate, does this game support elevated highways over local roads? I'm not sure. I think if we go into the highway tab, let's see, just regular highway. I'm pretty sure it requires clear space on the ground. I know you can like cross over. Like if I come over here and I say make this, let's just go 21 meters just so I know we're not going to hit anything. Like I can go across just fine. Of course I say and then it doesn't do it. I can go across just fine, but I don't think the way this is set up it will allow me to do roads across other roads. Like see it wants to have stuff just intersect all the time. Even if I have it go up, then it just tries to do that. Because I know, obviously, there's places in the real world where you have double-decker highways or streets. Chicago is very famous for that. Wacker Drive, and then you have double-decked freeways. You have it in New York, the Bronx Expressway is, I guess, strictly speaking, that's not really a double-decker so much as it is just split lanes and a tier system. But I do wish that was something we could do here. The monorail in the middle of the road. Yeah, so the monorail in the middle of the road is actually a special road piece. It's not something I layered. If you go in here to the medium roads, you scroll far enough, you can see right here is monorail tracks. They also have bus lanes. They have with trolley bus wires for trolley buses. And then there's other types of stuff. Then those exist on the large roads as well. I don't think it exists for the highways. No, but you do have interstates with bus lanes and stuff. Yeah, I really wish I could layer these. Would be really nice. But this, unfortunately, without mods, is the closest that we're going to get to something like Chicago has with the elevated track going over the roads and stuff. If there were extremely high taxes on capital gains from property sales, then people might actually invest in adding new productive industry and less just sitting on property isn't. Yes. So, and if you've watched my Austria videos, that game actually, well, also that's a completely different economic system in a different part of history, but that game does have a wealth tax where over a certain amount of income, a family will just have X amount of stuff skimmed off the top of that. And again, that's a completely different economic system than what we find ourselves in most countries today. But that's kind of what the purpose of the tax system I thought was always supposed to be, except now they have the rich and powerful people are in Congress and make the laws, so they get to decide they don't want to pay taxes on stuff, and then they don't have to, because who's going to tell them no? They're the ones that write the laws. That's why elections are important. Not enough educated workers. Oh yeah, these people want... Organic Food Market wants college-educated people? Really? Something about that just doesn't quite seem correct. Elementary schools. I guess we need another one up here. Maybe it needs to be on this side. I don't know. We'll figure that out. University. I could put one of these in, but we have the campus mod or DLC that theoretically allows us to make our own college, and that is something I wanted to do. In this general area is to put a college over here by the sea. That would take a pretty big amount of space. Do I have... Yeah, campus area. That's probably not going to be a this week thing. Probably would take too much time. We also would need to buy another plot of land. Maybe, unless I put it over here somewhere. I don't know, but that is something I want to get into. To try and fix all of that stuff. These people are pretty much always just going to complain about not having enough educated workers. Okay, well, pharmacy would need highly educated workers because you have to have people with pharmacy degrees to fill prescriptions. Food market, fashionable shops, and no, you don't need a college degree to go work in retail. Maybe to run a company, but not to sell clothes. Why not plop a college on the island? Ooh, I like that idea. That might actually be fun. We could make this our campus area. So I think it's... Oh, that lag. There we go. We just have everything come over on a bridge. That sounds like fun. I think we'll do that. I don't know how much we're going to get into that in this week's live stream, but we can definitely try. So we need an administration building. Of course, it has to be on a road. Oh, and then we can extend our monorail directly over to the island and have mass transit right to campus instead of having every student try to find parking. Ask me how I know about how awful that is. Yeah, campus area. I got you. Capital gains only happens after something is sold, so no capital gains if it never sells. Yeah, that is the problem with all of that. Of course, there's ways around it, but there's never going to be meaningful change on the way that that kind of money is spent and invested unless people are disincentivized to hoard, which again is probably not going to happen because who makes the laws? The people that are usually guilty of most of that garbage in the first place. On both sides of the aisle. It is truly disheartening. At any rate, this is fully leveled up. We're making profit, which is nice. So we could actually start to have more people live here if we wanted to. Because now the industry seems to be pretty good. We can maybe add a little bit more to it. I think we had a couple buildings we hadn't built yet. Pulp mill. Let's see, I just can't remember what we've already built. Biomass pellet plant. I don't think we have a pulp mill. How big of a building is this? Okay, that's not huge. Yeah, so just stick that there. Log yards. There's one other one. Wood chip storage I think we already have. So, do we already have? There's one other big building that wasn't a pulp mill. Biomass pellet plant we already have. Engineered wood plant. I think we already built one of those. Was it a large tree sapling, large tree plantation maybe? I think we're okay for the most part with most of this stuff. Should be fine. Finding parking at Santa Monica College was a competitive... Yeah, I bet. I bet it was. Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Hey, yeah, Texas A&M Corpus Christi. I was actually going to bring that up. They are on an island. Their mascot, I believe, for the athletic teams is the Islanders, if I'm not mistaken. But they're on an island. Pretty much, well, some people don't want to say it's an island because that's collected by like a tiny strip of whatever. It's an island, more or less. And they've got their whole campus there, and they got a little road bridge that connects everything. My school, I'm not going to say which one, but my school played them in basketball a couple years back. And I thought that was interesting. It's always fun to learn about stuff like that. Some benefits to living in the mid-sized city in the Midwest. There was plenty of parking on a college campus. Some was a hike, but you could always park. Yeah, that's the thing about these like colleges that have these big campuses out in the middle of nowhere is you can always just build more parking. The school I went to was landlocked in a city, and you really could not build any more parking anywhere. It was terrible. If you weren't on campus before 9 a.m., then forget it. You're parking off campus, or you're paying to park in a different part of town and walking. But then I moved to some place where I could take the train every day, which was great. I could just drive my car to the train station, get on the train 20 minutes later around campus. You don't have to worry about parking. It's cheaper to take the train. And then whenever you're ready to go home, just go to the station, go home. Yes, I agree universities should have sufficient public transit so students don't have to buy cars. That would be the dream. But at least in the United States, seems to be kind of a problem. Dead person waiting for transport. This is full. How's this one looking? 277. Yeah, we just need crematoriums. That's all this is. Yeah, and then you have the other side of that. Most students want cars. Most cities don't have sufficient public transportation. And again, it goes back. The whole overarching issue is this is not a country. The United States, of course. If you're outside, then I can't speak for what you have going on. But this is not a country that was designed around public transit. It was designed around the automobile in the aftermath of World War II for most of that. So let's go ahead and come over here and make ourselves a little, there we go. All the way across. Now I have a bridge DLC. I'd need to, there it is, bridges and piers. So we can come in here, we can actually select a bridge that looks nice. 3-lane highway viaduct, that's boring. We've got a 4-lane truss bridge. Go straight line. Okay, so that looks okay. But I really like these. This is too narrow, of course. So we'll end up oh, that's not going to let me have the monorail. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Unless I just upgrade the road. What's this one? 6-lane stone bridge, 2-lane, 4-lane stone bridge. All right, we'll just do that. I think that's probably fine. Can I upgrade the roads to be ha 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 ha. Okay, does that still keep our huh. I actually don't know if I like that. Huh. Well, we'll probably leave it anyway. That's fine. Yeah, it becomes a big problem with the whole transit thing because a lot of people just don't want to pay for it. Don't want to prioritize that kind of a thing in their communities, which, again, your tax money, you should have a say in how it's used. But there is something to be said for thinking about the needs of everyone as a whole versus personal preference. Hybrid zonings, one building can have residential, commercial, and office. Yes, 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 yes. The word you're looking for is mixed use. We need more, hydropower. We can't do that yet, but there might be a spot on the map that would work. I'm not sure because of how stuff is, how the geography is laid out, but we're gonna try. Solar power plant, we get at 20,000. So let's just go ahead and put in, how much energy does this? 120? 40. I'll just put a couple more of these in here. There we go. If I lived in the same building you worked, I would not have to drive to work. Yes. Well, see, the fun thing about what I'm doing now is because oh, look at this traffic here. Okay, we gotta... Whoa, what is happening over here? Whoa, where did all these guys come from and where are they going? Whoa, hold on. My guy. Oh, they're going to the super pharmacy from the fish stick factory. Where did... This traffic wasn't here 10 minutes ago. So these guys are... Man, they're everywhere. Sheesh. Alright, well, we're just going to have to let this go for a while. But what I was getting at is, theoretically, this is work, what I'm doing right now, because it is streaming on YouTube and I do get paid for ad revenue and all that stuff. So on the days that I do this, then yes, I live and I work in the same place. And it's wonderful. But the rest of the week I do have to drive to the office 20 minutes away. Which, you know, isn't a bad thing. It's nice to get out of the house and go see stuff. And I have places I like to go to get lunch and people I get to see while I'm working and doing the functions of my job that are always nice. Got dead people in the park? What is this? Don't die in the park. Alright, I'm just going to have to build another cemetery in this general area. This is not working. Okay, so how many spots are open here? No, we'll just empty that out. Giant glass pyramid mixed-use building. Nice sci-fi theme. So, I don't know if you're aware, but in Memphis, in Tennessee, there is a giant glass pyramid near the Mississippi River that is currently a Bass Pro Shops. It was actually, I think it was designed in the 70s or 80s to be a mixed-use development. And it just never ended up working. But it is funny. Yes. See, now we're getting into the complex debates with nuance. I like this. Although living, working, and purchasing all within the same building raises the specter of the 19th century company towns. Yes. I owe my soul to the company store. How's that song go? Yeah, company towns are dangerous, especially in the American Northeast, Appalachia, especially in the coal mines. They would steal your soul and trap you there for generations. That's bad. And the internet's favorite billionaire, Elon Musk, is attempting to do a similar thing in Texas, I believe. I don't know if he's abandoned that yet or not. But, you know, just makes you think about, what are the motives of these people, actually? Been a VA since 2008, and I love that I have a 10-second commute to work in the morning. It also means I can work and travel at the same time. That sounds nice. I also like the idea of being able to work and travel. And if YouTube is ever something that really, and I mean really takes off, right now it's just a small supplementary income. I can pay some bills every month with it, which is nice. But if it ever became a full-time thing, then that's something you can do while you're traveling. It would be fun to go all around the country in one of those the little camper vans. People convert the Sprinter vans or the transit vans or whatever into little campers and drive around. Go to national parks and stuff. I think that would be fun. Maybe not for a permanent gig, but for like a couple weeks at a time. That would be a nice way to live. Dead in the park where they mugged? Yeah, that was my initial thought. The third, yeah, I think the Bass Pro Shops Pyramid might be the third largest. I'm actually going to look it up right now. Let's see. Because I just thought that was really funny. The first time I drove through Memphis, I was like, what in the world is that? And I saw the Bass Pro Shops logo on it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Oh, okay, yep, Bass Pro Shops Pyramid. There you go. Yep. Where? Wow, 535,000 square feet. That's pretty big. I just want to know if it's the third largest in the world. Okay. So I think we were both wrong. So we'll just read from the Wikipedia article. How about that? The Memphis Pyramid, formerly known as the Great American Pyramid and the Pyramid Arena, is a building located in downtown Memphis, Tennessee, United States, at the bank of the Mississippi River. Built in 1991, okay, I was wrong, as a 20,142-seat basketball arena. The facility was owned and operated jointly by the city of Memphis and Shelby County. The county sold its share to Memphis in April 2009. Structure plays on the city's namesake in Egypt, known for its ancient pyramids. It is 321 feet tall and has 98 meters for our metric friends, and has a base side of 591 feet, 180 meters. It is by some measures the 10th tallest pyramid in the world. That is pretty impressive. Has not been regularly used as a sports or entertainment venue since 2007. In 2015, the pyramid reopened as a Bass Pro Shops megastore, which includes shopping, a hotel, restaurants, a bowling alley, an archery range, and an outdoor observation deck adjacent to its apex. Wow. That's pretty cool. What a weird thing. Only in America, huh? Residential zones. Yes, we'll build some more in a minute. We just have to stop dead people from piling up everywhere. If there are multiple businesses in the building, you can still have competition and no company store problem. Yeah, but the company store thing comes less from how many stores are operating in an area versus who owns the building, right? It's all about vertical integration. So you have, for example, the coal mine example that I was talking about a little earlier. You would have these companies, the mining companies would own the mine. They'd own all the land around the mine, so they'd build housing for their employees that the company then owned and would charge the employees to live in. And they would also have stores that were the only stores anywhere around to buy all their groceries and their clothing and stuff. And then the companies would not pay their employees in actual money. They'd pay them in what's called scrip, which is just money you can only use at that company's stuff, right? So if your paycheck is in scrip, you pay your rent in scrip, and you buy all of your food in scrip, you can't escape because you have no actual wealth. You just have an account with your employer that you debit your living expenses and your food purchases from. So if you wanted to leave, you can't because you have no money that anyone else will take. So they trap you in there. That's where the song and the saying, "I owe my soul to the company store" came from. So that's why that's dangerous. It's not inherently what is in the building so much as who owns the building and how you pay for it, who your landlord is, and all that. The vertical integration thing is what's the problem, not just the fact that it is a building that houses and other stuff are in. What was I was trying to find? Is it in this one? I think I need the key. Where's the key? Third largest modern pyramid. Okay, I'd believe that. Oh my god, yes. The ads for the wall. Yes, I have seen that. I truly do not understand how that is even a good idea. But I don't know, if someone's going to do some sort of crazy engineering product and all that, I think the guys over there in the Middle East at least have the vision to get something like that done. Not going to say I agree or endorse it, but it is what it is. Now, is this what I was doing? The city keys? Seawalls. I saw a few years ago someone had a work from bicycle and trailer, complete with satellite. You know, if you lived in a place where you could actually get like good internet coverage from satellite internet, then yeah, that would probably be nice. Maybe satellite internet is better now. I just don't remember it being any good at all. Where are the keys? Did I just miss that entirely? Or am I just dumb? Like, what am I missing here? It's not going to be in the fairyland, is it? Unless that's what this is, and I just don't remember seawalls. Okay, no, but that looks different enough where it's not not really the same thing. Yeah, that's not the same thing. Could be like National Lampoon Summer Vacation. Oh God. Is that the one where they tied the dead grandma or the dead aunt to the top of the car? Yeah, the Burj Khalifa. Well, all right, at least the Burj Khalifa was a really innovative, interesting thing that is still somewhat useful, even if it does have problems with waste disposal and water pressure and all that. No, the wall just seems to me like, why does this exist? Like, sure, all right, you want to build it, go ahead. Why not? But, oh, geez, that just seems like such a mess. All right, I have to find out where's my key that I was using? It's not under props. I don't think it was that. Walls and fences, it wasn't in there. Paths, landscaping tools, trees, content creator trees, vegetation, rocks, water structures. Oh, there it was. There's the key. There's flood walls. Let's see, is this going to... There we go. That's what I was looking for. Starlake RV has amazing reviews. I have the unit, but I've not been able to try it out yet. Yeah, I've heard good things about that, and there's some people I follow on YouTube who do a bunch of sailing, and they were saying that they were using the Starlink RV stuff on their boats, and they were getting mad. The company was getting mad because yes, they were trying to get internet way out in the middle of the ocean, and it was ended up costing them a whole bunch of money. I always thought that was kind of funny. Yeah, but that is something that's very intriguing to me just as a concept. I like the idea of having the internet that you can just take with you anywhere. Satellite internet can have pretty good bandwidth, but it still has the 1 millisecond ping that's... Well, 1 millisecond ping is actually really, really fast. Like, that's fiber speed. Now, if you're missing a couple zeros on that, I believe it, because I think the last time I used satellite internet, oh geez, would have been 10 or 15 years ago, and it was really bad. The ping was almost a full second, which of course is terrible for gaming. I miss when clear internet was a thing. It was great at the time. Is that a satellite thing? Because I never had clear, but I'd heard of it before. They have a special unit for boats that cost a ton more. Yeah, that was the issue. Is the people who had the boats were trying to get away from paying for the expensive boat one by buying the RV one, and that's what was really making Starlink mad. Which, understandable, right? Because you have a product you're trying to sell to the correct people to use it, and they're just over there wanting to not, you know. Let's try to smooth this out a little bit here. This actually might not work because of how I have these keys set up. Oh, 1,000 milliseconds. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Clear was cell tower based. Okay. MS, milli or micro, they're talking about milliseconds. Not the unit of distance. Used to play WoW on satellite, you brave soul. My friend visited and said, "How can you rate on this? This is unplayable." Yeah, multiplayer games on internet with bad lag, not a good time. Not a good time. Although my days of competitive online gaming were just RuneScape on dial-up. So if that if that gives you any idea of the stupidity that I went through, then that will it'll probably clue you in on what was going on there. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff, and I'm gonna try and make this look a little nicer. There we go. All right, Anarchy, do your thing. Can I? I guess I have to curve this. Oh, this really doesn't like me at all. What combination of keys do I have to hold to get this to sit right? Okay, that's not that's not great. We'll have to adjust this a little more. I think this should work. Yeah, RuneScape was awesome. I was never any good at it, unfortunately. I just like doing the quests and having a nice time walking around and exploring the area. I was never any good at PvP. Man, I played entirely too much RuneScape. Entirely too much. We tried to play it in the library at school, and the librarians would get mad. Talking about, you can't use this for playing games. Whereas we're just stupid kids. We didn't care. But the school had high-speed internet, and I still had dial-up at home until I was in high school. So that was always it. It was like, oh yeah, let's play RuneScape in the library after school. Nothing beats a station wagon full of hard drives for bandwidth. Yeah, I mean, I guess now if you have access to something like 10 gig, then yeah, you're not gonna compete with the station wagon for that. But I mean, honestly, if you have even just a backpack full of those external hard drives, if your internet is not super fast, it's just faster to just physically move them somewhere else. Maybe try starting from the building. I think because underneath the building, this is not in the same depth. So, but I do think if we have this kind of leveled to the point where it will not be too messed up, then it's probably better. There we go. I think now we're getting somewhere. We can see this what do you call it? This sidewalk or whatever next to it. Is this raising at all? No. Okay. Well, that's fine. It's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I guess just got to raise all of this up. My main thing is I just want this to connect nicely. Which is, I don't know if it's gonna work exactly the way I want it to. Let's try it. See, my problem is I have move it mod, so I guess I could just move it. Wow, that actually looks pretty good. All right. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to complain about that. That actually, that looks a whole lot better. Let's just move this node. Yeah, that looks nice. Move this out a tiny bit to curve it. Yeah, I think we can live with that. I am pretty reasonably content with that. That's nice. I'll just go ahead and lower the land here a little bit so we can't see it. Oh, we're still in the wrong mode. There we go. Just have to make sure we don't end up showing anything. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Cool. All right, anarchy mode off. Okay, who's crying over here about full cemeteries again? Yep. Have you seen the test someone did somewhere over in Africa where a carrier pigeon with an SD card Erase the internet connection to the transfer data in one. No, but that seems very interesting. Who did that video? That sounds almost like a, well, it wouldn't be like a Tom Scott video. It's kind of that kind of energy. That seems almost more like a, who's the guy that always doing crazy tech stunts like that? Had to go celebrate elections, what happened to the campus area. So we haven't done anything to it yet. I was busy fixing the key underneath the bridge. But we are going to, I guess we're already here. Might as well spend a little bit of time doing stuff. Yeah, I spent too much time figuring out how all this stuff worked. And as a result, we did not get a ton accomplished. But now we are looking pretty good there. So we'll come over here to our campus area. I think we can only just make a trade school at first, and then we can upgrade it to a liberal arts college at 17,000, and then a university at 32. So if we have our regular campus admin building, why is this? Okay, there we go. Actually, before we do that, we need to put in our metro station. Monorail, not metro. Monorail station with road. Rotate. Just a tiny bit more. Put that guy there. Cool. Key wouldn't cooperate with Move It Mod. No, it would. I just didn't have it completely set up the correct way. I was trying to move it without having the land set at the correct height, and I still don't really know how height works with the Move It Mod, so I ended up taking all of this out, and then I just leveled a lot of this right here. I believe the type of fish is determined by water depth, but I could be wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I think that's actually how it works. If we go in here, because like the really shallow stuff, anchovies around all of our shore, shellfish in the bay makes sense. Salmon, I'm pretty sure, is only ever going to show up in like a river or a estuary area, which is where all of that is. And then tuna would be deeper. What was that alert? I didn't see what that was. So I wonder if we came out here and we had this artificially deepened, if we'd have any tuna. Oh, I kind of want to mess with that. What if? All right, so now that's getting deeper. We're spending a lot of money doing this, but it doesn't matter because we have tons of it. So what if we come back in here to our industry? Okay, no, that still says shellfish. I think it might be done on map generation, actually. So I don't see anywhere except right here. Why is there tuna right there? That was worth a shot, though. It does look nice. I'm pretty happy with this. Not 100%, but it is definitely an improvement. And I do want to put some other higher density commercial up here as well when we get there. But we need to have water come out here. Thankfully, water does not seem to care about having to go underneath the water or whatever. Water doesn't care about having to go underneath water. Wow, that was a fantastic statement there. Just have this all covered up here. Looking nice. Okay, so now we have power lines. I think... Oh, wow. I hadn't even thought about doing that way. If we come back here, rotate this around a little bit, we could actually have this whole thing come in on the side and then rotate another 180 degrees, come back to right here, and have this whole thing just connect up here, and then run this along there. Put in our trade school admin building. Can't put this next to the thing, can I? All right, Alright, well that's fine. Yeah, we'll put this right here. Alright. Cozy Polytechnic Institute. Oh, man. Reputation level unrecognized. Campus buildings, varsity sports. So I actually have not looked at this at all. So we're going to find out. Academic works are one of the requirements to gain campus reputation. Chance of creating academic works can be increased by hiring more academic staff. Campus can also directly fund the creation of one academic work through research grants. Okay, so I guess that's just like a research project or something that gets recognized. All right. Okay, so we have admin buildings already built. Dormitories, study... Oh, wow, this is hideous. Reminds me of actual American University. Train school, study hall. Groundskeeping, book club. And then all this stuff we can unlock. Police academy. At a trade school? What kind of trade school has a police academy? Police have their own academy for that. Can you expand tuna by changing height adjacent to tuna? Yeah, I definitely really need crematoriums. I'm trying. I'm trying. If the pipes go under the road where they belong. Yes. I generally... Well, you might not be able to see because of this. But over here in this area, I was doing pipes under the road where they belong. That's how I always played SimCity 3000, SimCity 4, SimCity 2000. All of them always just put the pipes under the road. But I was playing for a while with a mod on this game where you just didn't need pipes. You just had to make sure you had enough water available and drainage capacity, and it took care of itself. But here we have pipes. Good old generic concrete structures, you betcha. My university had a whole lot of stuff built in the 60s and 70s, so we had brutalist architecture absolutely everywhere. So these don't actually transmit power underwater. So why was it telling me I can't make underwater cables? This really is not gonna... Is this just like a range thing? Well, that's kind of a raw deal if that's how this actually works. I thought it was going to be something cool. Well, they should have power now. Is this just something I have to directly connect to? So what? How? Why is this like this? Okay, is this thing just complaining? Stop, I don't want to click on that. Not enough electricity. Not enough electricity. But I'm connected and it's blue. Why are you the way that you are? That's connected. My college was almost all brick buildings. Yeah, I really like the classic campus, like with the brick construction look. There's a couple in my state that are like that. This is actually irritating. Why is this not working? It says it's connected. Or do I have this facing the wrong way? Is that what this is? Can I just rotate it? Is that what it is? Like it can't possibly be... Or does it have to be physically connected to this top thing? But it's not acting like it's going to let me do that. Okay, let's delete that. Looks like this isn't... It's like it doesn't want me to actually connect to it. It's like it should. It should just work. Why? Might be on the other end. That's how I had it before. And it wasn't seeming to, stop it. It wasn't seeming to let me do that. So if I rotate it around... So it's like the same kind of thing. Like, this is all hooked up. That's all hooked up, but these are still saying there's no power. Yes, yes, yes. Stop binging me. Or is it because, no, this is... It's operating normally, but it has no power output. Oh. Oh my god. Tell me what's wrong with this picture here. I'm sitting here blaming this thing the whole time, and it was my fault. Yep, that's exactly what the problem was. There's no electricity coming from the mainland. Oh, man. That was all me. That was, man. Alright, so now that we've established that, we've got paths, pedestrian stuff. Oh, academic years, huh? Alright. We'll go ahead and build some stuff. Can I put buildings off of the, trade school paths? Is that possible? Oh, I can connect to the edge of the buildings? That's cool. So what if I put in, right here, a little quad? Can't have a school without a quad. Book club. Oh, good. Good. I was so worried I would have to build roads everywhere. Alright, so you got dorms. Yeah, so we'll just go ahead. We'll go ahead and start building our little paths here. And make some stuff that's a little interesting. Okay. Oh, it's not going to let me connect to the thing there, is it? Occupied already. Okay, what about here? Can I really not connect to the road through this? Is that what this is? Or does it just have to be straight? Huh. Maybe it all has to come through here? I don't know. Don't be too hard on yourself, as the old saying goes. No good city was made without starving a few beavers. Oh, man. Yeah, you would know. You've been there. Okay, alright. So now this doesn't want me to place stuff along a curved road here. Study hall. Turn anarchy off. Yeah, so I guess they really don't want curved paths, huh? Well, we'll just have to keep making the old boring straight paths then. Just as the architects intended. Alright. Groundskeeping. Oh, it's just a little baby right there. Okay. Let's find study halls. Let's pop that right there. Put a dormitories. We'll leave one right there. Keep everything relatively connected. We haven't unlocked a lot of stuff yet. Book club, book club, book club. What's this? Outdoor study. Gymnasium. Cafeteria. Wait, they can't even have a cafeteria yet? That's brutal. Fountains. Libraries. Okay, so we got to unlock a whole bunch of stuff. Police Academy. I love how I just build this right from the start. Alright. Okay, attractiveness, 75 out of 200. People coming in here for some reason, even though we don't really have too much else going on here. You can just bring it close to a road. It connects automatically. It's like a path. Okay. College path or extended sidewalks. I mean, that's fine. You don't have to drive to the dormitory, even though there's parking spots in front of it. Okay, so our university students should be coming in from elsewhere. I'm going to go ahead and put in a monorail line from here to here and back. Just real quick. And then we'll modify this last one. Is that... No, it's not that one. Why is this 4 up all here at the top? We're going to give them the little baby train. Let's see what this ends up looking like. Oh, look how cute that thing is. So eventually, someone will end up taking this. This is just going to go all the way up here. It is cool seeing it go all the way across everything up here. It comes all the way through here. We got a lot of dead people we got to do something about. Come up here and then reverse out. At the same time, this guy's coming in. That's kind of cool. I think eventually I'm going to want to have a... Well, I guess they could just take multiple modes, take the train down here, and then take this into campus here. I think you might need a bus for a monorail extension going deeper into the populated... Yes, definitely. It's just one of those things where you have a whole lot of everything else going on. I'm going to have a line start here. Then we'll have that stop right here by the monorail station. And then, yeah, we'll have it come down here as well into, so I don't know why it wants me to always go through these other parts of town. Like, it doesn't need to go through here unless there's a reason I don't know about. It just wants to do weird, stuff with routing, and I don't really know how to fix it. So if I want them to actually connect to this stuff too, then it's going to end up being weird. Anyway, have a stop there. Have a stop there. This is just a mess, but it's fine. Then we can also have that stop somewhere up here, probably be fine, and then come all the way back down right there. So that'll get us at least basically around this way. Okay, so people are actually riding that, which is good. Sorry for bothering, that's completely wrong. They already have the monorail to transit between the faraway parts of the city and the area close to campus. Oh. Well, the monorail close to campus still only connects to this, so maybe I should have just made this entire whole monorail system go all the way through. Buses have long lines, they aren't efficient. Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do. Is that really the only have 3 bus lines? Alright, we will kill that. And we're going to get rid of that as well. Monorail line 1. That is our longest one. Let's go ahead. I don't know how to just modify stuff, so let's just get rid of that. We have that one there, and we have this one here. Let's have start here. Come all the way here. End here. Then hit this again. Then hit that again. That's probably what I should have done the whole time. And then buses. Right here. We'll go there. We'll go in front of the park here. We'll go... Ooh, we already have a bus stop here. So we probably don't need to worry about that. But we can have this one come down into the other side here. And come along. Probably don't really need to do much of anything else. Going up from the monorail stop before campus, you have a lot of houses far away from that stop, so they won't walk, they'll drive. Maybe just make a small... okay. See, you'll have to forgive me. I'm thinking in terms of Atlanta buses that go nowhere and have really stupid routing that doesn't make any sense. So we're coming from there, there. Yeah, I'll kill that. We can actually have this go up through here, I think is what you were getting at. Let's make a stop in front of the library right here. Come up here to here. And then, oh, this is on fire. Hope that gets put out soon. Why is... I wish this wasn't in just black and white. I can't really see anything going on here. There are currently 20 to 30 hawks following me and my tractor around the field. How do you have that many? I've never seen that many at one time. No, you're fine. Don't worry. Okay. Yeah, we'll put one there, and then... Why does this want me to go all the way up there? Okay, so I want to try to avoid making left turns, because left turns in a bus are ridiculous. But this is also not a very dense area, so we kind of do want to... is that really going to want to... Can it not just U-turn here? Well, if it's going to have to go that way, maybe we want to come back down this side. There's a school or something over here. So maybe we'll just do one of these. Doesn't really matter that much. Just want to make sure stuff is covered. This is also the problem with kind of having suburbs like this. The road network is just so convoluted. It's almost impossible to have stuff that makes sense. Okay, we have the park here. I don't want to have that too close to the library stop, though. I didn't think hawks ate seed. I thought they always just, like, went and captured mice. I mean, I don't know, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But that seems interesting. All right, let's just have that loop go. Is your tractor trailer full of chickens? 25 on the monorail line, so that's actually cool. Let's see how we're doing here. So we just need academic works. What else can we add in here? There really isn't much of anything quite yet. We built the study hall, we built the dormitory, groundskeeping we built, book club we haven't built yet, so maybe we need to build a build ourselves a book club. It's either that or my planters unearthing mice. Yeah, that's probably true. Could be eating your seeds, one for the rook, one for the crow, one to rot, and one to... I've not heard that before. That's kind of cool. I love how the dorm building has cooking sounds. Yeah, cooking in a dorm is a terrible idea. Sincerely, me standing in the cold in my pajamas at 3 a.m. because somebody burned a pizza in a dormitory oven. Idiots. All right. So now we're looking good. Campus attractiveness is going up. We just don't have any academic works yet. Oh, so we can... Oh, yeah, there we go. We got money to burn. Come on down. Give a research grant. Oh, yeah, we have research grant money. There we go. What, you never made ramen in a coffee pot? Oh, I have. The issue is not so much making the ramen in the coffee pot. The issue is that sometimes late at night, some college students will partake in certain substances that cause them to become sleepy. And then they leave the pizza in the oven for 3 hours. And then it catches on fire, and the whole dorm building with 2,000 people in it has to evacuate in the middle of the night. That's the bad part. Oh my god, yeah, the popcorn's the worst. I had the same experience as standing outside a blizzard at Notre Dame because someone burned popcorn. Yep. It happens all the time. The university I went to had this one dorm that held about 2,000 people, and it was kind of like a high-rise kind of thing. It wasn't like high-rise. I think one of the buildings had 10 or 12 floors. But, man, if anything went wrong, somebody burned something, everybody hated you. It was terrible. Ah, yes. Just be careful not to give too much money to varsity sports. It can burn through any amount of money. Yeah, I feel like that could, at this point, be an intentional inclusion in the game because collegiate athletic spending is really high in real life at a major school. Well, in the U.S., at a place like an Alabama or, well, I guess Notre Dame's probably also a good example of this. They have a very, very, very storied athletic programs, and those end up actually making money for the school sometimes. but they still have to put a bunch of money into it because it's just how all those things tend to work. And every other school tries to keep up, and there's this whole arms race of this, that, and the other. Oh, now we're actually losing money. We need more houses. Good God, grilled cheese and a clothing iron is a step past where I've been. Oh no. See, our residential code and the dormitories wouldn't let us have irons for that reason. But they didn't say anything about self-contained cooking appliances, so I went to Goodwill and I bought a quesadilla maker. It was literally just some cast iron with a plastic clamshell on it, and then you close it on. It's just like one of those little George Foreman grills, but it only made quesadillas. That was funny. So we'd gone to the corner store. We got little sliced ham and American cheese and those cheap tortillas, and we just stuck them all together. It was terrible. It was horrible. The Target, people outside of America might not be familiar with Target. It's a like a department store that sometimes sells groceries. But they had a college night when I was in school and lived in the dorms, and I went there with my roommate. And then at the end of the night, there was I guess they were closing down. It was 10 o'clock or whatever, and we just walked past these employees, and they had this shopping cart full of Kraft Easy Mac. And they said, "Hey, we're supposed to give all of this away, but nobody took any. Do you want all this?" And I said, "Are you serious?" They said, "Yeah." So we left with 30 or 40 things of Easy Mac completely for free. So we had a whole shelf on our wardrobe dedicated just to Easy Mac storage, and we had a whole lot of that stuff. That was fun. College is a great time. Just make sure you actually learn something while you're there. Oh man, I was in the middle of putting more houses here, wasn't I? Guess you could have gotten an easy bake oven. Oh God, those were also expressly forbidden in the dorm rules. But that didn't stop people from trying. I had a little mini fridge that we'd stick stuff in. We had those, what are the Totino's pizza rolls or whatever. Those are great college student food. Easy Mac is macaroni and cheese. I don't know what country you're from, so I guess I can't assume your knowledge of local cuisine. Cuisine is putting it very charitably. Yeah, it's instant macaroni and cheese. It's dried noodles with some sort of like a powder that you put water in and then boil in the microwave instead of cooking on the stove. And then there's a cheese powder you mix in. Canadians will know it as Kraft Dinner, but they'll also know it as mac and cheese because they also call it mac and cheese. I don't really know that that's a thing in Europe or most other places in the world. Yeah, cup of noodles, but mac and cheese. That's a very good way of putting it. And I love mac and cheese. It's like one of my favorite junk comfort foods. Okay, this is kind of ratchet over here. Let's fix that. The movement mod is great. It really is. My college special was pizza sandwich. Bought a sandwich griller. My man. Same thing as your quesadilla maker, just for sandwiches. Cheese, bread, and pizza sauce every night. Yeah, that's terrible for you, but man, is it good. I think if I tried to eat something like that now, my gallbladder would explode. It'd be a really bad time. We had a Mumful oven that we melted steel in your dorm room? Or outside? Also cooked off the vent hole at the top. I had a roommate after I moved out of the dorm. I rented a house. It was actually his mom owned the house. He might even be watching this. I don't know. I won't out him if he's here though. But he took an old propane cylinder, one that you hook up for your barbecue or whatever, and he actually cut it in half and made a furnace out of it for melting aluminum cans. It's actually really cool. Probably could have cooked on it if we really wanted to, but we also had an oven in the house. So we never really did any of that. My country, we don't have campuses, so you pretty much go to school in the city center and eat whatever you usually eat. Yeah, that's similar to kind of what my school was. It was an urban school. So we had campus buildings, but it wasn't really completely separated from the city. I think you're probably talking about a similar thing. But yeah, a lot of schools in America are going to be kind of separated from the outside, either by a fence or just a separate area of the town. And they're not going to have too much going on to actually connect with the town, but they will have districts in the town that are primarily catered toward college students, or will have different rental properties for them and stuff. It can be very lucrative to be a landlord in a college town, assuming your tenants don't completely destroy the houses you're renting out. They would let you have a crock pot? No, crock pots were not allowed. There were very specific electronic cooking appliances that they would let you have in the dorm rooms. Because we also had, I guess, what you would call a traditional style dorm, which is going to be 2 beds in a room with desks, and then you have sometimes an attached bathroom, sometimes the bathroom is communal and it's down the hall for everybody to share. But they also had apartment style dorms, which is where I lived my first year, where you have a small bedroom just for you, and then you share a bathroom with somebody else, and then across the hall, like inside your suite still, but across the hall inside your unit, there was another pair of rooms and a bathroom, and then the 4 of you would share a kitchen. So that's what we had. We had an oven and a fridge and a microwave, just like any other kitchen would have, and we would be able to cook food there. But the traditional style dorms were actually converted hotels in the city, so they didn't have the electrical infrastructure to handle very many people cooking at the same time. So they just wouldn't let us bring anything. So we would have to go to the dining hall to eat, or there was a lounge on the bottom floor where they had microwaves and they had other stuff you could use. My dorm building did have a kitchen, but it was only used by the dorm council who ran a pizza store out of it. That sounds kind of cool, except you have to pay for the pizza. The oven was in the lab. The oven went to 4,000 degrees Celsius? Wow. Okay. I'm not even looking at the game. Okay, I guess you could cook in that. Probably would be fine. It's just, I don't know if that makes it dirty for doing all of your research samples or anything. Iron melting one sounds like a hotter version of a pottery kiln. Yeah, that was my impression of it. I remember my culture shock in Argentina. The high school was of an enclosed type, no leaving before day's end. So I asked, so where do I smoke? Principal says, you don't. Nearly went back to Serbia. Yeah, so believe it or not, schools in America are the same way. Public schools, at least. I don't know too much about private schools. But public high schools, for the most part, where I live, you go to school in the morning, you cannot leave the building. You can't leave. You can't come back unless you have an excuse, like you're taking a dual enrollment class at a college, or you're on work study, or a parent comes and checks you out and physically removes you from the building. You couldn't leave. You couldn't come back. You couldn't go off campus for lunch. Well, not that there was anywhere off campus to go for lunch where I was. Their school was in the middle of a pasture, and the closest thing you could go to buy anything was a gas station a mile up the road, which people still somehow tried to do. Yeah, we weren't allowed to leave. We weren't allowed to smoke or do anything. You just drive, you park your car, and you had to go right into the building. And then you could only stay after school if you had like a club. Like I was in band, so I was after school almost every day anyway. And then I started watching a bunch of anime recently, and then I'm like, man, they let these kids leave to go get lunch? And they let them bring food, and they let them do all this stuff. They can walk to school. They can ride their bikes. What is this? It's like an educational utopia, and then you find out, okay, it's not actually really that way. It just blows my mind how other places in the world treat students like actual people instead of just helpless children. Sounds like a military barracks. Yeah, that was, I had friends who were in the National Guard and the Army and all that were saying it was actually worse than military barracks. Don't mean to offend, but it seems like that creates less independent graduates. You're pretty smart, because that's exactly what it does. All right, let's check out our academic year report finally after all this. So I guess we created an academic work, which is good, but we need to have more than one. I think we have to have 2 to progress a level. Reputation level is still unrecognized. So we get a 5. It's not $1. I don't know what the unit is, but 5 per student. So I guess all we have to do now is wait, what? Okay, we're not gonna fund this kind of thing again. Off fence, an ambitious and one-of-a-kind backyard fence made entirely out of toothpicks to oppose the usual mass-produced backyard fences. I don't think so. Oh God, toga party. The toga party aftermath included students missing classes in the morning, people sleeping on the campus lawn, a few proactive freshmen decorating the statues found on campus grounds. That's just normal college shenanigans. All right, so that's done. Dear Diary, today JC called me. You are smart. I've said that like 8 times today. Pay attention. No, it's yeah, I don't know. I hesitate to just automatically come out and say something is entirely good or entirely bad. I think there can be merits to the way that the American education system works, but there sure is a lot that is not fantastic about it. Like when my dad was in high school in the 70s, he lived close enough he could have walked, but of course he drove because that's what you do. He would drive to school, and they were allowed to leave campus to get lunch, and they had different stuff. And of course, California is different from the southeastern United States and how this stuff is often set up. So his school actually had outdoor hallways, outdoor classrooms, and a bunch of different buildings around campus because, you know, Southern California, the weather's almost always nice. So what are you gonna do? Just stay inside all day? No. So that's what they did, is they would be allowed to go to different places or this or that or the other. And then you come down here, it's like, nope, you have cafeteria food and it's all terrible. And that is your option unless you bring something from home. And by the way, you can't use a microwave because students aren't trusted with the microwaves, so you have to eat something cold. Just the way Rockefeller intended. Yep. IDK, the best things I learned in high school is how to function on my own in the city for a whole day, how to manage my money. Yeah, they didn't teach us any of that. And they wonder why American students are falling behind. I guess my senior year of high school, we had an economics class that was kind of about that, but it was mostly just here's what a budget is. Here's a sample problem of how to spend your yearly salary if you make X amount of money and you live in this neighborhood. We had like projects we had to find, quote unquote, find an apartment, given a job that we were assigned a certain amount of money per month to spend on rent, utilities, and entertainment and stuff, and that was useful. But there really wasn't much of an emphasis placed on independent living at all, unless you took a class like home economics, which most of the guys avoided because they didn't want to learn how to sew. But the smart ones realized it's a class where we also made food, and you could eat outside of lunch for free. But they didn't figure that out until it was too late. Went to school when campuses were open. Many kids walked to McDonald's for lunch. McDonald's property touched high school property. I even walked to spring break during lunch and made it back. What do you mean you walked to spring break? Or to campus for last period? Yeah, that's kind of like what my parents had talked about, and I think there's still places in the United States that let you do that. Commercial plots. Yeah, we're going to build some. I just have to figure out what road I want to upgrade to be, might end up being this one, actually, if I don't have something that's going to get run over by it. 4-lane road with wide sidewalks and trees. That sounds kind of nice, except our things in the middle here. But this is a residential area, so we might just do that. Oh, okay, what's here? Is that the high school? Okay, we're going to have to move that. Alright, so we'll just go ahead and relocate this temporarily. And then move it right back. There we go. I think after Columbine happened, then a lot of schools became extremely hyper sensitive to security risks. Rightfully so. You have 20-some students murdered by students at the school. You probably have to do something about security. But that really messed a lot of stuff up for the education system. And that ends up being a problem. Don't forget the classic cardboard and cheese they called pizza. Yes. Cafeteria pizza. It's actually not that bad. It wasn't that good either. I can tell you that. Let's make sure this is all set up correctly. I'm gonna actually make these into commercial plots here, because we have our 4 lanes. There we go. Okay, and that's the school. We don't want that to be... Alright, that should be a little bit of an improvement there. I didn't learn it in school. I learned it by going to school that's in the city where you're in the middle of it, not secluded. Yeah, okay, that's valid. That's also my experience in college. Regulating myself as an adult, not separated from stuff. Very eye-opening. Putting yourself in a position where you can learn from people who are different from you is very, very valuable. I highly, highly suggest if you have the opportunity to ever kind of get yourself out of your comfort zone. It's very good for you. Helps you learn a lot of empathy for other people. Home economics was the best, or rather home ec was just a food prep course. I even got a ServSafe. Hey, that's useful. ServSafe certifications can be expensive if you have to do it yourself. So that actually is good if you want to go into work in a restaurant or anything. Yeah, middle school home ec was, in my district at least, was all sewing. And then some of the guys figured out, oh, you can go sit with the cute girls all day. So then they were actually the smart ones. We all played ourselves as fools. But yeah, high school was more oriented around cooking and homemaking kind of stuff, which a lot of guys I don't think really cared for anyway. But they were always talking about the food. We had a food services program some students did where they worked in and ran the cafeteria. Wow, that's actually really cool. That's a smart idea. Our cafeteria was all run by district employees. They got commercial cooking certifications in addition to their high school diploma. That is a forward-thinking school system. My school system was from one of the wealthier counties, so they were just trying to push a bunch of kids into going to college, which not inherently bad. But some of the other stuff suffered. Like there weren't a whole lot of trade programs available. We had an auto shop, and that was really it. There's another high school in the county that had like a construction magnet class you could take, where you would do like framing and basic plumbing and electrical stuff. That I thought was cool, but my school didn't have that. Spring break back then, I don't know how it is now, had many companies rent space in hotels. They entertained... Oh, you're talking about college spring break. They entertained and gave away swag to college kids on spring break, joined the crowd during high school lunch. Okay. That's interesting. I know college spring break is a very lucrative industry in Florida in the U.S. It's pretty much everybody will go down to Panama City or the Redneck Riviera or whatever they end up calling it down there. That's pretty much where everybody goes. I mean, spring break in college, I was usually doing basketball pep band, because that's when the college basketball season is more or less wrapping up, right before the March Madness tournament. So that was always fun. Do leather work sometimes, so sewing doesn't bother me at all. Yeah, see, that's the thing is people tend to kind of what's the word I'm looking for? They tend to kind of overemphasize gender roles in different activities. Like, there's nothing inherently girly about sewing. Like, plenty of guys do it. Upholstery is a very male-dominated industry. It's a very useful skill to have. You can repair furniture. You can make furniture. Just regular sewing is useful. Like, I feel like everybody should know it. But people just have these warped perceptions about how stuff's supposed to be. Irritates me. Looking at it from the side, the U.S. is really dedicated to teaching people one thing at a time. You're in school now, not outside. If you're playing basketball, you don't have to care about the other stuff, subjects, etc. In my country, we kind of frown at people like that. You have to know a bit about everything to be considered cultured. I agree. It is kind of a misplaced emphasis on just achievement for tests in the U.S., especially since, again, politically charged topic, but a president we had in the early 2000s, George Bush, the guy who also set everybody over to invade Afghanistan and all that. He implemented this doctrine called No Child Left Behind that was supposed to increase the quality of education in this country. But, of course, nothing ever has the complete intended effect, right? So what it ended up doing was it ended up lowering standards for some schools and raising them to be completely unachievable for others. And you ended up with a lot of funding cuts to extracurricular activities and a lot more emphasis on teaching for standardized tests, which really doesn't serve anybody. Let's face it, most people, after they graduate high school, some might go to college, some might not go to college. They'll just go do whatever they want in a career. You don't need to teach a kid to take a test to prove that they're intelligent. There's different types of intelligence. There's different things that are valuable to society outside of just, oh, I can do math really well. Like, oh yeah, math is important, but so is science, so is art, so is engineering, so is technology skills, so are basic homemaking skills. Like, everything has to be emphasized appropriately and not just, oh, well, our kids can take a really good test. Okay, great. Is there a job as a professional test taker? Not really. So what are you teaching your kids? Kids in the cafeteria program did not have to take math, but they had to figure out the prices in the cafeteria and didn't have to take gym, but had to move all the food to the cafeteria. See, but in that, they didn't have to take math. They're still doing math. So they're still learning about profit and loss. They're learning about doing portion sizes. They're learning about what kind of ingredients, how much of what you have to make something else. That's still math, so that makes sense. Yeah, gym at my high school was kind of a joke. Some kids took cafeteria so they didn't have to do math or gym, and they just discovered they still had to do it just in a different way. Yep, there you go. Yeah, ask Miami how they feel about spring break. I can't even imagine. Not to mention it's handy to be able to sew buttons back onto clothes. Yep, 100%. It's not as hard as people think. People think it's, oh, I don't know how to sew. I don't have a sewing machine. No, just get a needle, some thread. Just do it in the correct pattern. You're good to go. The STAR tests. No child left behind equals every child left behind. Yep. You got it. I saw a really funny meme during the pandemic when people were panic buying gasoline. And there's a picture of somebody putting gasoline into a grocery bag. And if you know anything about chemistry, you're going to understand that gasoline instantly melts that kind of plastic. And then the caption on the picture was, obviously some children were left behind. I just could not stop laughing. It was funny. Remember, kids, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Yep, that is the one thing I remember from elementary school biology is the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. And I can tell you what some of the other stuff in the cell does, but again, I didn't get a science degree, so I don't really need to use that knowledge. I'm glad I got that education, but did I really need to be taught all that intricate biology stuff? Probably not. Yeah, I imagine you over there in Serbia would remember Bush and Clinton. A lot of recent presidents have been really bad for international relations. Let's be honest, one day you'll be asked that in a game show. So there's actually, it's funny you mentioned that. There's a game show, I don't know if you know who Jeff Foxworthy is. He was kind of a popular comedian maybe about 15, 20 years ago. He had a show for a while called Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, where it would pit these actual fifth grade students, or different grade students, it wasn't just fifth grade, against actual people. And they would they would have these questions that are supposedly actual test questions from an elementary school, and then the parents would always get them wrong. It was hilarious. Howdy, partner. Hey, Blaine. Welcome. Sorry I didn't get to your comment for a while. We're having a lively discussion about education and urban planning and stuff, and we haven't really been playing a whole lot of City Skylines, but we're still having a good time. Glad you're here. You've seen that meme? Yeah, it's a good one. Learning algebra and geometry while growing up actually causes an increase in brain wrinkles in areas that would otherwise be smooth brain. I don't doubt it. And obviously there's different ways to have education that are beneficial to different types of learners, and I think on a surface level, everyone should know the same basic stuff. But do I need to be taking a ton of math in college when I already had enough to function as an adult in high school? No, I don't think so. If I went to go major in communications, I don't really need to know how to do vector calculus, do I? No. I need to learn how to write. I need to learn how to do research. I need to learn to identify political biases and all that other stuff, and that's all stuff I did. But they also made me take math classes, and they made me take this, what was it, like a college algebra, which is actually easier than what I took in 8th grade. Like, why do I have to take this? Why do I have to pay for this class? It was like $1,000, 3 credit hours. Plus, I have to go to class. I have to take all these tests. That's wasting my time. I already know how to do this. They're like, oh, it's required in the curriculum. We can't prove you did it in high school. Like, I have a high school diploma. I took the graduation test that every student in the state has to take to prove that they know stuff. And guess what? I proved that I know it. Why do I have to take this class again? Is Miami adding curfews to curb the rowdiness? I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. And college spring break in my country at least is over at this point, beginning of April. Most colleges end the spring term end of April, early May, but usually end of April. So I don't know if anyone lives in Miami, maybe they might be able to tell. Problem with most tests is they're based on memorization. In the real world, your boss wants you to be able to check reference books and not just use yes. The closed book tests really, really irritate me because you're already going to know how to access information, and that's how knowledge has changed in the past, even just in my lifetime. Now there's much less of an emphasis on like book knowledge, and it's mostly just, do you know how to find something out versus can you recite this from memory, which I think is more useful anyway. Like, I can find almost anything on Google in about 2 minutes. I don't have to know it. It helps if I do, but I don't have to know it. I can access information a lot faster than I can just memorize stuff. Amazing show. I'm assuming you're talking about the Jeff Foxworthy one. Lost every time when it came to math, but I destroyed those kids in history. Yeah. And also, they keep changing math, which makes me mad. Of like, what has been learned in the past decade of math that wasn't already known thousands of years ago? Like, math is math. Why do we have to have different ways of doing it? Common Core makes it more complicated. Yeah, it's like kids aren't the same. Like, no two kids are going to learn the same. They're not going to have the same interests. They're not going to have the same abilities, and that's okay because people are different. If you make everyone have the same standard for stuff, regardless of what their interests or their future plans are, then at the end of the day, you're hurting most of the kids. It just irritates me. There's easier ways to educate people than to just shove them all through the same funnel, make them think the same stuff. Yeah, new Common Core math is awful. I'm glad I was done with math before we got to that. AP Physics teacher always handed out an equation sheet with every test, though we didn't label what the equations were. So yeah, that's fine. And in the real world, you're not going to have someone blindfold you. So, oh, you have to tell me what this formula is. No, your boss is going to say, hey, I need you to do this. And then you're going to be expected to do it. It doesn't really matter if you have to look something up. And in fact, if I was telling someone to do something and they had to look something up, I would be happy about it because that means to me that they are, one, concerned about doing it correctly and are willing to double check their work, and two, it means they have a fundamental understanding of the process of learning something instead of just, oh, well, I don't know what that is, so I'm not going to care about it. Apparently someone once asked Einstein why he didn't memorize all of his equations, and he said, why would I do that when they're all written down? Exactly. 100%. Good thing about modern math is you can solve problems in multiple ways as long as you get the correct answer. When I was in high school, there was only one method. Yeah, there is some merit to that. See, Lansamp, this is exactly my point I was about to make. I remember my grade school teacher telling me you won't always have access to a calculator. Well, guess what I've got in my hand right now? I got a calculator that also makes phone calls and also Googles equations and looks up history facts, and I can even ask them whatever I need to know, and I'll be able to have access to the entirety of human knowledge at my fingertips in about half a second. So don't tell me we're not going to have calculators. So I got told that all the time growing up. Oh, you're not going to have a calculator. Yes, I am. Stop it. Right. Who wants a doctor using his memory of what he learned in school instead of one that looks up current research? Absolutely. I want, if I go to the doctor, I want someone who, yes, has the good fundamental knowledge of how medicine works, how the body works, and is able to contextualize stuff. But I also want a doctor who is going to use peer-reviewed research and consult with other people to make sure that his opinions are correct and he's not going to kill me. Humans are a social species. Why should we isolate ourselves and only rely on what we know or what we think or what we believe? Interacting with other people can only be a positive in the end. Scrubs is an amazing show. I absolutely love Scrubs. It's probably one of the best shows I've ever seen in terms of portrayal of the medical industry and interpersonal communication. It is amazing. The last season, not so much, but the first 8 of them before they went off to that weird college thing. It was good stuff. Funniest part is now you can just put equations into Google, yeah, or Wolfram Alpha, or I guess that new Chat GPT thing or whatever. If you have certain things connected, will also do math, although I think Wolfram Alpha is still the preferred math thing. Education up into the 80s in the States was a system to create good factory sheep. I believe that. So that's also the thing. Like, you have the military recruiters will go into high schools in poor areas. They'll be there almost every day. The rich areas, no, they don't. They'll show up, but they might only come once every couple months. But you better believe those poor areas, those recruiters are there every day talking about, hey, you come right out of high school and we'll give you money and you can do whatever. Which, again, if that's something you want to do, perfectly fine. But sometimes it feels like they're giving these kids, they're promising them the world when they know they can't deliver it to them. And that just bugs me. Like, sure, if you make an informed decision about, no, I don't want commercial there. You make an informed decision about your future, absolutely. Go right ahead. That is your right to do as a person, as an individual, but to be railroaded into something because the system wants you to turn out a certain way, no, I don't like that. What do you mean season 9? There is no season 9. Oh, yes. My mistake. Wolfram is great because it shows you how it solves it. Yeah, see, that's helpful. And that's a good way to learn, too. You don't just always have to fumble around blindly to try and figure something out. In fact, I learn better most of the time by watching someone do something, which is why I do my YouTube videos the way I do them, where I explain what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and why I'm doing it, because that's how I learn. And if I'm going to try to figure out how to play a game or do something, I'm going to want someone to show me those things. So that's why I try to do that way. So I think that's helpful, and people seem to agree. People mostly like what I put out, so that's all good. Don't get me started on recruiters. Oh, I got recruiter stories. I didn't even join the military. I did not join, but I still got tons of recruiter stories. In my country, the military does not go into the high schools. The military expects you to come to them. Yeah, see, I feel like that's how it should be. Because, again, unless your country has mandatory service, which some do, there's merits to that, and there's drawbacks to that. I'm not here to talk about military policy. But is this going to change into something else? Okay. Yeah, and the U.S., especially now because, I don't know, the U.S. military has been kind of in a weird spot since Vietnam happened. It's where, okay, that actually shouldn't be a commercial. That should be a house because it's on the wrong road. So now they're trying to paint it as a career thing, which it is. Yeah, you can have a very lucrative, very successful career in the military and potentially never see combat, at least in this country. But recruiters are so good at lying to kids, talking about, oh, you can do this, you can do that. You get to choose where you go. No, well, you can only choose where you go if they want you to choose where you go. And if you get the right test scores, or you have the right this, the right that, if your health is a certain way or whatever. They just want kids because they know they can get them, kids that have no aspirations for the future or have no upward mobility. Hey, come right out of high school, go to basic and spend 4 years in the military and you'll make a whole bunch of money. Well, relatively speaking, to a high school kid. And a lot of kids just sign up for that because they don't think they have any other options, and they find out, oh, this isn't really what I want to do. We're sure to try to get my son to lie on the application. Ooh, no. No. That's bad news. My high school didn't allow military recruiters on campus. See, I wish more high schools were like that. Not to tell people what they can and cannot do with their lives, but high school should be a time for kids to learn and focus on developing themselves and not just have government stuff shoved in their face all day. Now, if your country is at war, that's obviously a very different situation. And I know in Eastern Europe right now, that is a completely different can of worms. There are obviously different priorities based on where you are in the world and what else is going on. But in Middle America, no, it's not necessary. Oh, yeah, that's on fire. Do we have a fire station over here? Not really. We should... Wow, what is... Huge fire stations. I don't think we need any of that. It is time for another fire station, though. I think we'll put, up here. We'll be fine. Police station's looking alright. Oh, yeah, no, you can't... If you have asthma, the military is not gonna... not gonna like you very much. Or other health stuff. So there's a test in the United States for the military called the ASVAB, the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. And I did not know this at the time, but it is not a mandatory test. My high school told everyone it was mandatory for for high school juniors to take the ASVAB, so we all took it. We all go to the auditorium and we all take the test, and it measures your aptitude for different job tracks in the military. And then I found out later that it was completely voluntary. We did not have to take it. And because I scored really high on it, I would not stop getting military recruiter calls at my house for months. It's like I had no intention of joining the military. That wasn't something I was interested in, but they would not stop calling. Yeah, that was annoying. I think my mom answered the phone once, and I don't remember what she said, but it was whatever she said. The guy didn't call back, so I guess that ended up working itself out in the end. Let's put some parks in. We don't have a whole lot of parking garage. Get out of here. We don't have a whole lot of that in there. We already have a dog park down here. Not that it really matters what kind of park we put in, because I think they just want to see parks. But oh, right here might be a good spot for that. Just a nice park on the corner here. My recruiter lost some of my paperwork before he transferred to another duty. Also, my time of service, I never saw combat. Yeah, I've got a bunch of friends who are in the National Guard and have never seen combat, never been deployed. But they get to go work their civilian jobs during the week, and they go to drill every couple weekends. Obviously, you're going to know how that works. I don't need to explain it to you. But I always thought that was a nice option. So if they ever need you, you're there. If not, you can still have a normal life and get a little bit of money to be in the reserves. I always thought that was kind of a nice thing. Our military also rejects a lot of people who apply and need to already have a high school diploma for most jobs. I think well, the U.S. military doesn't really reject that many people, I don't think. They'll just shove you into being a grunt or whatever if you don't have any specific skill. But I think they require a diploma or a GED. I could be wrong. One of the most interesting things about the U.S. is how you could say, we really don't care about going outside of our country, but if you do quite a bit, most of us Serbs dream of being Iceland. Yeah, see, that's another thing. Like, I have been to Mexico, but only like a tourist town. And I've been to the British Virgin Islands. I've been to, I think the Dutch have an island or two down there. Whatever Aruba is. Aruba, St. Martin, St. John's, all that stuff down there. I've been to those. But other than that, I've not been outside the country. I've not been to Europe. I've not been to Canada. Never been to anywhere in Asia. I'd love to go. But I think a lot of people here don't really travel that much because, one, it's so expensive because of where the U.S. is globally positioned. If you want to go somewhere that's not Mexico or Canada, you have to take a huge, expensive, long plane flight. Whereas over in Europe, you can get on a train sometimes and be in another country in an hour, which I always thought was wild. I'd love to go see other parts of the world. If I ever get to a spot where I have money to do so, I definitely am going to try to take advantage of that. What kind of other parks do we have? Oh, basketball courts. See, we haven't been building any of this kind of stuff. Like, neighborhoods in suburbia will have this kind of stuff all the time. All over the place. That parking garages. What else is in here? Equestrian centers? Alright, how about a nice basketball court somewhere? That's going to let me anarchy this in. There we go. Yeah, that works. That looks kind of nice. We are going to move this over just a tiny bit here. So this is right up next to the road. Yeah, that's nice. Right there so people can come watch people play basketball on a court that is really Not level. All right. Well, maybe we don't want to. Maybe we don't want to do that just quite yet. Okay. What about? I guess that's fine. We'll leave that there. What was your score? Hit a 98. Oh man, I'd have to pull it out. I think most of my competencies were in the mid to high 90s. I think I might have had one that was 97 or 98 for either mechanical knowledge or it was either mechanical knowledge or one of those similar kind of things. But this guy just would not stop calling me. Son got a 90 something. Yeah, it seems like the test is set up in such a way where pretty much anyone can get high achievement results on any one section, because that's what they want to do, right? They want to find a way. Oh, these guys are actually playing basketball. That's cool. They want to find like where different people are going to excel in the service, which is a neat thing when you think about it. It's just kind of disingenuous to tell the kids, hey, everyone has to take the test, when in reality it's a voluntary kind of soft application for the military, which I had no idea was the case. Good old Air Force. You see, if I had to pick a branch to go in, it probably would be the Air Force. They probably wouldn't let me fly because I have terrible eyesight. But that always seemed most intriguing to me. Got called quite a bit by the Air Force due to my SAT and AP test scores. Yep, that sounds about right. The Saints are colonial islands. Okay. That makes sense. I know St. Martin had a bunch of Dutch stuff on it. That makes sense for them to be colonies. If you want math explained, mind your decision on YouTube. Okay, I haven't checked that out. If you ever come to Serbia, I'll give you a tour for free. I'll just take a fridge magnet from the U.S. as payment. Well, I'll keep that in mind. I got tons of fridge magnets. Spent 18 months in South and Central America. It's well worth the experience, and the plane ride is about as long as flying from the east to west coast. Yeah, I'd love to go visit down there sometime. Again, it all comes down to money. It's just kind of hard sometimes. Travel can be just incredibly expensive. Although I think a lot of those countries, that is the one good thing about the way the U.S. is set up, is that most countries, the U.S. dollar is a pretty strong currency. For a while, the euro was stronger, but I think they're about the same now. I think last year, I think it was the Japanese yen was so low. It was like 46. It was like 46 versus 72 to a dollar. I don't know the math conversion. I can't ever really remember completely off the top of my head. But I was like, man, if I ever think I'm going to Japan in the next decade, I should probably try to buy some yen and just hold on to it so I can I get more for my buck. Drives me nuts sometimes that it takes at least 4 hours for me to drive out of state. Yeah. I'm assuming you're in Texas. I think you might have said that before. If that's the thing. Yeah, Texas is wildly huge. I think, what is it, I-10? If you're going west on I-10, you cross over the border from Louisiana, and you're in Beaumont, and it says El Paso 850 miles or whatever. That's just an absolute mood killer. That's real bad. No, Space Force didn't exist when I was in high school. I think it's, what was that, 2 years ago Trump made that a thing? I still don't really know what they're going to end up doing with that. You have to be a commissioned officer to fly for the Air Force. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I had some friends who, in high school, who ended up going to the Air Force and became commissioned officers after going to the Air Force Academy, or they enlisted and then went to officers training or whatever. I don't think any of them have really ever had anything bad to say about it. One of the guys was stationed in, I think, Alaska, and he worked with some sort of canine unit or something. I would have to call him up and ask him about it. But I always thought that was interesting. That's the thing, is there's a lot of different jobs in the military that are not combat. In fact, that's probably most of the jobs, if I'm remembering correctly, are have nothing to do with combat. It's always support or office work, or I guess in the Air Force, at the expense of the Air Force, the chair force, as a lot of the other people like to call them, as you mentioned before. Fridge magnet advertising a U.S. lawyer. What is that? One call, that's all. Oh, we have there's so many injury lawyers in this country. It's ridiculous. But there's this one guy in the Atlanta area has these really annoying TV commercials. One call, that's all. I forget what his name is, which I guess means his commercials probably aren't very good. But man, they're so annoying. All right, wow, are we looking? We need to have better campus attractiveness, which means I think we need another building, and we need to make more academic works. Let's do hospitality. Let's try that. Put something else in here. So what do these do for attractiveness? Okay. Study hall. Let's put another dormitory in. Spend about $10 per day in most countries, only ones with high American populations. Costa Rica and Panama were really expensive. Makes sense. So I think there's a lot of places in South Central America and then East Asia as well. I think Thailand comes to mind. Maybe the US dollar goes a very long way. So people of average means in the US can pretty much retire there and live very, very well. Montana's a bit to get out of. Yeah, Montana's huge. I was in the Air Force for a small bit, just fixed computers. Worked out okay, but I don't recommend it. There's always better options. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is people have different priorities in life and different interests and stuff they want to get into, and that's perfectly fine. I know the military is a great career opportunity for a lot of people. I don't want anyone to think that I'm coming out disparaging service or anything. It's just not for everybody. And I know I probably would not have enjoyed being in there, so I elected not to do it. Combat is ingrained if you graduate from Montana. Is there like a training base or something up there? If I cross 1,200 kilometers in any direction, I have to leave my country, enter another one, enter a third country, and either leave it and enter a fourth or hit C. Yeah, 1,200 kilometers, I think is, what's that, about 500, 600 miles. Yeah, in my state, I think there's one direction in my state I can drive and not enter another state if I'm in a specific spot. But 500 miles west, I think, would put me in Louisiana, maybe, from where I am. Good guess. I'm from Texas. Yep, makes sense. I know back around 2012, the yen was 88 yen to a dollar. It worked out. The US buying power was about a penny over there, about 700 yen for McDonald's. Yeah, I think at one point, actually, I'll just look it up now, because I had a couple of friends who were getting into travel as soon as Japan reopened after COVID. JP yen to USD. Okay, so right now, one Japanese yen is $0.0075. That's a lot. That's a lot cheaper than it normally was. But I think back in let me see if I can zoom back out on this chart. Yeah, it's actually it's starting to recover, but in around October, November, I think it was the lowest it's been in a very long time. Is that under 70? 0.006? 0.0067. Wow, okay. A bunch of American retires in Ecuador. You only need your social security to get a visa. Really? I know a lot of countries have different requirements for different what's the word I'm looking for? Foreign nationals to take residency or something. Okay, so this is the conversion I was looking for. One US dollar is currently 133.14 Japanese yen. Whereas previously, it would have been, if we go back 5 years, in 2018 it was as low as 107, and then in 2020 it was as low as 103-ish. Yeah, so it was almost equivalent to be 100 yen would be a dollar. Oh, that's just another example. I know the euro for a while was like, what, 1.3 or 1.5 times as much as the dollar? And now it's pretty much equal. I get paid in dollars, so I wish your currency all the best. How do you get paid in U.S. dollars if you're in Serbia? Or do you work for an American company, or do they just have some sort of exchange thing? My brother has residence in Japan just outside of Tokyo. Hasn't come home for a bit because of the yen mess. Yeah, economic system's kind of messed up over there. Well, they've also got their own problems with workforce and all that stuff. I guess I need to build another building. I wanted to get this up another level before we called it quits for the day. We've been live 3.5 hours. Wow. Doesn't feel like that long. I don't want to build another book club. That just seems ridiculous. All right, we'll build another study hall somewhere else up here. It's really not going to let me build anything else up here? Seriously? Can I at least expand the pathway out? No. Okay, I'm going to have to start putting trees or something somewhere. Okay, anarchy. There we go. I don't know why it won't just let me do that in the first place. Gotta find somewhere else to put all this stuff. I guess we'll just go completely straight out. Okay, so this is on the side here. That's okay, that's actually part of the building that's not landscapable, is it? Can I? Well, if I have anarchy, I can do whatever I want. Bamboo tree, giant redwood. Oh no, it's already occupied. It's not going to let me do that. Oh, that's not that big. Giant redwood, I thought you were talking about like a giant sequoia that's like 300 feet tall. What's this? Flower trees. Okay, it's not going to let me put anything here anyway, so that's kind of a waste of time there. Watching anime, I just presume 100 yen to $1 is close enough for just watching. Yeah, that's the good thing about most of that is you don't really have to think. You can just turn your brain off. You can turn your brain off for most of that and be fine. He teaches English, ironically his degree is petroleum engineering. Okay. Yeah, teaching English seems to be a pretty favorite job for at least Americans who go overseas. I thought about doing that for a while. But then I realized I didn't know any foreign languages well enough to be able to survive. Teach Chinese kids English, get paid over a debit card that's made in London and sent to be my mail. A libertarian's dream job. Yeah, there you go. Can you plant on the roof? I don't think I can plant on the roof. Because it would have to be... It says the space is already occupied, so we go into... even in anarchy mode... Oh, why is prop anarchy off? That's supposed to be on. How do I turn that on? Okay, no, that's not attached to that. What is... No. Okay, well, there's some sort of keyboard command to turn prop anarchy on. I guess that's what I'd have to do, put trees on top of buildings. I would love to go to Japan. Again, it's expensive. Although maybe not so much now because of the conversion rate. And then I think now that they've just recently opened tourism back up in the past, what, 5-6 months? I think it's a little cheaper to get in there. Control A. Control A is regular anarchy. It's I'm looking specifically for this prop entry anarchy off thing right here to change to on. Because that's going to let me put in all of these trees and other stuff. Yeah, so let's go back to this for a second. So you're in Serbia, teaching Chinese kids English, get paid in US dollars from a debit card made in London. I'm just trying to think about the logistics of that. Yeah, I don't think I understand what the point of that would even be to have. I don't know. Is it like some sort of international company, or are you just like physically meeting up with local Chinese kids to teach them English? And why would Chinese kids go to Serbia to learn English? I don't know. Well, that's a pretty cool gig though. If you get paid in like 3 or 4 different types of countries combining to give you whatever you need. That's certainly a unique thing. We need more academic works. Already granted funding for hospitality. Study Japanese as a hobby. I expect that by the time I'm fluent, translators will be good enough that it won't be a very marketable skill. Well, see, here's the thing. I've been doing a little bit of Japanese too. Obviously, not like super in depth. I just do some Duolingo, and there's a couple guys on YouTube I watch that do different things. But the grammatical structure of Japanese is so different from most other like Western languages that the automatic translation is still not very good. It's come a long way, but just because of the way that the subject and the object of the sentence is often a completely different sides than what we would be used to in English, just it doesn't seem like machine translation is going to be a perfect solution at any point in time. So I don't think human translators are ever really going to be completely useless, if that's what you're getting at. Mr. Pitbull Worldwide. There you go. And then you can go to Miami for spring break. Oh, man. Sushi conveyor belt restaurant supposed to be cheap? Yeah. Conveyor belt sushi is supposed to be very cheap. I think even in the U.S. it's pretty cheap. But it just blows my mind how you can go in Japan and you can spend going to like a convenience store, kombini or whatever I think they call those things. You can get like an actual meal. Oh, there we go. Did we? Oh, good. We got an upgrade. We can start building other stuff. Recognized now instead of unrecognized. Tuition fees have gone up. Of course they have. Exchange students. So now we have a cafeteria, fountain, gymnasium, outdoor studies. Okay, we can have other funded works. 2 toga parties. Wow. This year's toga party almost broke the world record of the largest toga party with the highest number of participants in the history of the campus. While considering there's only been 2 toga parties, that's not a difficult feat to achieve. Groundskeeping staff worked long hours to clean up after the toga party. Some eggs were thrown and bottles broken during the celebrations, commented a representative. Okay. Interesting. So now we can build a couple more things here and increase the prestige of the Cozy Polytechnic Institute. Well, okay, I teach from home. My PC, I say I'm American. Picked Virginia as a home state. Got the card right away, and I just... Well, you're enterprising, aren't you? Just get the money in my currency directly at ATMs. Chinese company in China cooperates with Serbian company. And then why London for the card? No idea. All right. Hey, if it works, it works. It's a bit closer to Spanish. I'm assuming talking about Japanese being closer to Spanish in sentence structure. Okay. Duolingo is good for learning katakana and hiragana, but sometimes there are grammatical errors. Yes, definitely. And the voiceovers are horrible. Especially the really computerized ones are just really, really bad. But it's a fun way to spend 5 minutes on my phone every day doing something that's not completely a waste of time. But at some point I would like to actually learn properly when I have more of a fundamental knowledge. Wish I understood enough Japanese that I could watch Japanese dubs without subtitles. Yeah, I'm still not there. Although I've gotten to a lot of like the really common stuff is pretty simple to figure out, and you can get a lot in context. Even if you just only understand certain parts of a sentence, you can look at the facial expressions and the scenario that they're in and generally figure some stuff out. I've gotten to the point where I know enough to figure out when subtitles are really bad, which is hilarious. Japanese is mostly subject, object, verb, sentence structure. Right, so that's what always tripped me up. Because I'm so used to the English style of subject, verb, object. And it just always messed me up trying to, like, learn early on. Shift P. Okay, let's try that. Oh, thank God. You have truly blessed me on this day. Okay, alright. Can I put a tree up high? Can I? Is it going to let me go up? No? Okay, I can't adjust height on the props, but we can start putting trees in. Let's see. Oh, I kind of like this one. This big tall pine tree. Looks kind of nice. California palm trees. On an island? That's an idea. Oh, and I can put them in the middle of this? Oh, yeah, here we go. I'm not going to do pine trees, though. Coconut trees. Eastern cottonwood. Okay. There's a lot of trees in here. Is this the content creator trees? Yeah, okay. California young palm. grass cluster. What is this one? Horse chestnut. That's kind of a nice looking tree. I just want to put in a couple of trees over here. Live oaks are beautiful trees. We're not really going for super realism on our tree placements here. For the record, I just wanted to put a couple things in here to make it look a little nicer. All right, so let's see what else. Back to education, the states don't require multilanguage in primary school. Yeah, so we require it in secondary school for certain diploma programs. Like I had my district would let us do college preparatory or career preparatory diplomas. I did the college preparatory one, and they required us to have 2 years of a foreign language. So I took German for 3 years because we didn't have it when I started as a freshman, so I just started it as a sophomore. Got up to German 3. I don't remember a lot anymore, which is unfortunate. But they wouldn't make the career prep kids take language at all, or they would have to do 1 year sometimes. But most of the college degree programs require a year or two of it. And some areas, like I know in Atlanta, there's a lot of areas that are very diverse in terms of nationality. And those spots will have dual immersion learning. Like there's a bunch with Spanish, and there's some with there's a couple with Mandarin Chinese, and I think that might be it. But there are definitely places that do offer learning of languages to young kids on an actual serious level. Like we had, I think maybe once a month we had a Spanish teacher come in when I was in elementary school and do basic stuff with us, like the colors, the days of the week, and some very, very basic things like how to say my name is or whatever. But beyond that, no, American kids really don't have that much of an emphasis on foreign language, which I guess is fine. I'm not saying that it should be fine, but it ends up being okay because English does seem to be the dominant language of trade the world over. But it always makes me kind of regret that I didn't learn stuff when I was younger, you know, because you have like little kids in other countries. Sometimes you're going to be fluent 2 or 3 languages by the time they're 10. It's like, man, I wish that were me. That would be cool. If the anime is dubbed, isn't it already in the language you speak? Yes, but dubbed anime often is bad. Not always, but some of the dubs can be very poorly done, and you lose a lot of the original cultural context and the mood, the feel of it, if the dub can be poorly made. So I usually prefer to watch in Japanese with the subtitles. Wish there's any decent sushi near me. Yeah, I don't know. Texas doesn't seem like a good destination for sushi, to be completely honest with you. We've got some decent stuff in Atlanta. That's pretty good. Guys, learn Serbian. You can put whatever you want anywhere you want, and it'll make sense. John eats pizza. Pizza eats John. Eats John pizza. Eats pizza John. John pizza eats. Pizza John eats. And Serbian all... Seriously? Wow. That's convenient. I was super fortunate to have Spanish throughout elementary, and when I say how much harder it was for my classmates who hadn't learned a second language in primary school, I was surprised. Yeah, it was. It wasn't super hard for me to pick up German in high school. It's a lot harder now for me to pick up Japanese as a 31-year-old dude, because I don't have the same brain flexibility I did as a kid. Is Yoda Serbian? Oh, God. Starting to allow music as a second language? Okay. So here's the thing about that, as someone who actually has studied music. There's a phrase that musicians love to say, that is, music is the universal language, which to a certain extent is true, but it is not a substitute for learning another language. That cannot be true. That's well, that's kind of concerning. Hopefully I don't corrupt my my save file here. I don't know if that has something to do with all the shrubs, but the music does have elements of other languages in it, like all the different. I don't know what your familiarity is with playing or reading or anything music-wise, but there's Italian, there's German, there's French, obviously English, duh. But there's a lot of different cultural elements that do combine when you're reading and playing music, but it's not a substitute for actual foreign language education. I don't know where they're going with that. That's wild to me. I can't understand why they would want to do that. Learning another language actually develops different parts of your brain. Yeah, makes sense. I speak 4. Oh, well, look at you go. People who know me say I have pretty different personalities even when speaking. That's wild. So do you have a Serbian personality? You have an English personality? I don't know what your other two are. That's actually really funny. I wouldn't have even thought of that. Personality changes in Japanese, but I learned Spanish young enough to words. See, that's so interesting to me. Do you end up actually thinking in the other language? Outdoor study. Is that going to be... Oh, it's too big. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to move Anarchy on. There we go. We're going to move that, and I'm going to put our outdoor study here. There we go. All right, like that. Look at this mess. Oh no, I didn't want that. Oh, we'll have to fix that, won't we? Gymnasium, cafeteria, fountain. Oh, that probably would have been a better choice for our quad, wouldn't it? All right, fountain-wise, let's put that, say, right here. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. We'll come in with our... There we go. Just put a little pathway around the fountain. We can get rid of the power thing. Move that way. Actually, a meme here, they can't make subtitles to confer how odd it is how Yoda speaks. That's funny. I imagine that would have to be a huge problem if your language is actually flexible enough where it doesn't matter what order you put stuff in. That's really funny. I know many people who took sign language. Sign language is a very useful language to have access to. I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. I know American Sign Language is a thing. I know there's a separate sign language that's taught elsewhere, but I don't know how different they are. I don't know what other countries would teach American Sign Language versus teaching the other one. I love the idea of kids learning sign language, and it's very easy too. You can just kind of subtly incorporate it into teaching actual spoken words in a way that is not too disruptive to the process of learning. That's what we did when I was growing up in church. We would have a children's choir would always do this signing while we were singing the words. Like, all right, well, that was an interesting thing to learn. How do you ask where the bathroom is in music? You go to the instrument room, you get a tuba, and you make a really loud, low noise. That's how you ask where the bathroom is with music. Don't mistake my statement. Music is great and has cultural significance. No, I wasn't saying that you were being derogatory or anything. No, but I think I'm on the same page with you there. It's a bit short-sighted to allow it as a foreign language component in education. You have to live abroad for quite a bit to start thinking of the local language, but it does tend to get funny. Don't most countries and regions have their own sign language? I don't know. I would love to know. Australia has Australian Sign Language. Okay, that makes sense. Because it's funny, like, we both speak English, right? Because you have American English, British English, and Australian English are all similar enough where you can have a conversation with somebody and most of the time completely understand what they're saying. But there's those little intricate details that are different, like certain words that Australians like to say as friendly greetings that people in America would probably shoot you if you said that to them. I obviously won't say on stream for family-friendly reasons, but I think you can understand what I'm talking about there. Yes, the brown note. Should really proofread my statements more carefully before hitting send. Nah, just YOLO it. We're all friends here. I should probably actually play this game. right? Gymnasium. Where am I going to put the gymnasium? Because this is the outdoor study area. Oh, I have anarchy on still. I think realistically, gymnasium would probably be near a road with a parking lot because people are going to come in from out of town to actually watch competitions and stuff. Maybe not at a trade school, but, you know. Cafeteria should be somewhere near the dorms, I would imagine. So if we were to put in maybe around here, next to the fountain, probably not a bad spot. We're getting somewhere. All right, so gymnasium has a parking lot. I love it. It just says gym. Yes. It's too bad we can't like change what this text says. That'd be neat. Let's come in here to our... okay, we got some parking lots. Parking... Ah, yes. See, the fun thing about college is parking is impossible. So you build parking decks that are really huge and ugly like this one. Can I get this to go through the sidewalk? I actually don't know. How do I, there we go. Rotate that a tiny bit. It's not the most beautiful thing ever, but it is, a college would have a huge parking deck like this, for sure. There we go. Don't know if you didn't read it on purpose. Sorry if it's that, but that part was funny. I don't know what you're referencing there. Unfortunately, sorry. Certain dialects in American English that are for English speakers, hard for English speakers to understand, yeah. I would imagine deep southern accents, like where a lot of people speak where I'm from, could be kind of hard to understand. Although I have heard theories that are interesting, claiming that American Southern English is actually closer to what British English was 300 years ago. I have no way of knowing if that's true or not. So I could just be spreading misinformation on the internet currently. But I always thought that was an interesting theory about how language evolves over time, because obviously even just regular British English hasn't evolved over the past couple hundred years. And you can hear it in different locales and different accents and stuff in areas over there. Is the brown note a music expression? I'm really uneducated when it comes to that. Yes. So the brown note, I don't know if that's just an American thing or whatever, but the brown note in theory is a note that can be played out of a speaker, that the frequency is so low it causes involuntary bowel movements. So take that as you will. It vibrates your body so hard poo comes out. I don't know if it's real. I think Mythbusters tested it and decided that it was maybe possible. That was a long time ago. You have to put the cafeteria on the other side of campus from the dorms for accuracy. Oh, yeah, definitely. They've had it too good for too long. You can have your cafeteria all the way over here. No. That's always what it's like, though, isn't it? We'll keep that. We'll keep that there for right now. Probably end up putting a couple more in later. Shuffling some of this around, maybe do a little terraforming. This is actually starting to fill up a lot faster than I thought it would. So we'll see. Maybe it cuts it because of the curse word. I don't know. I always end up going back after streams and finding all these comments that people left that I never saw because the automatic filter took care of it. I never struggle to understand what a foreigner is trying to say with a very thick accent, but there are some native speakers I struggle to understand, especially from the Deep South. Yes. Especially the Deep South. My God. People will just completely eliminate entire syllables of words or do vowel substitutions or consonant substitutions or whatever. And it is just like, why? What language are you speaking? Like, I don't know. I mean, I grew up in the Deep South, but I don't have a... I have a little bit of an accent, but I don't have a crazy, ridiculous one that makes it impossible to understand what I'm saying most of the time. But some people I know definitely do, and it is just like, what are you saying? It just does not seem possible half the time. Okay, what else have we not built? We built the fountain. I think we actually have built all of this, haven't we? Next level gets us a library. Dead person waiting for transport. Okay, that's nice. Grind ye beans. Let's do IT and engineering. And hire a whole bunch more staff. Brown Note heard it mentioned on South Park. Yeah, it would not surprise me if it was on South Park. In terms of pronunciation, yeah, I've heard that American has changed less in the past few centuries than British English. I believe it. American Southern English is closer to original Shakespearean English. That's a terrifying thought. Can't stick around and watch the thing later. Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks for stopping by to say hello. It's always welcome. Yeah, the archive will, of course, be live on YouTube as soon as this stream is over. Man, this is already a long one. I probably need to end soon so I can have some dinner. Yeah, you're always welcome to come any length of time. Completely fine. Glad you're here. I heard as well that U.S. English is closer to English from before the British decided to be very posh. Yep, that's pretty much what I had already heard. I love hearing the good old boys who can speak English without moving their lips. I still don't understand how they can do all that. It's wild. If you change the chat from top chat to live chat, you won't have comments hidden from you. I wish it was set that way in default. All right, let's do that. Live chat, all messages are available. See if I scroll up, do I see anything? Huh. Okay, here's a message it hit. I don't know why. That said, when I got home from a year in Argentina, my dad woke me up early, started a conversation in Serbian. I thought I was answering Serbian, but then he shouted at me, "Stop speaking Spanish, you idiot." That's pretty funny. Okay, there's a bunch that it hid. Why? That's really dumb. Babies will pick up sign language far easier than spoken words since they find their hands long before they start trying to control their vocal cords. That makes sense. I think I've heard of people who have successfully taught their infant children how to communicate stuff like hungry or bathroom or whatever long before they can really use any other words. One-way access road needed for gym and parking. I don't think they need it, but we can put one in. One-way road. Oh, it's not going to like that. Can I go in the middle here? Anarchy on? Yes. Ha 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 ha. Although in all honesty, this should be a regular road, not a one-way. There we go. Yeah, we'll just have to move it, mod this into the correct spot. Just all the way around. I can move the individual trees? Oh, okay. Parker Street. Okay, how's that? That at least adds a couple more nodes for turning around. I think this bus stop should... Why did that break this line? That should fix itself. There it goes. It auto-healed. That's fine. All right. Oh, I'm still so far behind on messages. Okay. It's the abuse consonants specifically. Talking about like the act of abusing consonants. King of the Hill Boomhauer. Oh God. I'll tell you what. Stop speaking Spanish, you idiot. Sounds offensive to AI filters. Well, that's dumb. Boomhauer was my nickname one time when I first got stationed and all. That's pretty funny. When I was coming out of anesthesia, I discovered I was trying to speak to the nurse in Japanese. Well, if you know enough Japanese, it probably was actually trying to say something interesting. I just know how to say, hello, I am a stupid foreigner, and my name is redacted. Pretty much. And all the other stupid sentences Duolingo tries to teach you. All right, I'm just going to have to put in another cemetery because this is just ridiculous at this point. All right, let's find somewhere up here to have anarchy. Let's put in, why not just right here in the middle of a neighborhood? And nothing says we have a nice neighborhood like a cemetery just on the corner. That's fine. All right, so they obviously were very ready for a cemetery. Yeah, see all these dead people over here? Gotta have somewhere to go. That one's full. This one is also full. I hate to just put more cemeteries in, but we do need to get these dead bodies out of here. And then we'll have our crematoriums and we'll have our other stuff. We just have to have 17,000 people to get to it, and then we'll fix all that then. I'm not going to out my terrible Japanese pronunciation on stream, but yes, that's pretty much what I'm able to say. I meant access road. You get off highway, stay parallel to highway, but at lower speed, then rejoin highway after businesses. Was that in reference to the trade area or the trading school area? So right now, this isn't a highway. This is just a regular 4-lane road. So I think this is probably fine. How's we haven't checked traffic in a while. We've been so engrossed in actual chat conversation, which is great, by the way. But at some point, people probably want to actually watch me playing the game. This is actually looking okay over here. Yeah, this intersection continues to be a problem. I just have to figure out, maybe this needs to be a one-way in only. Let's try. Really? There we go. And make that a one-way in, so they have to use this other one, this major intersection, as an out. See if that helps anything at all. Because this intersection, this big one, should be equipped to handle all that traffic. Because these are out only. If these are out only, we should probably actually turn these into turning only. There we go. Yeah, so that way they don't have to worry about anything there. We'll do the same thing over here. That ought to help a little bit. And then this thing right here can just do everything it's supposed to. Actually, if this is in only, this needs to also let us go that way. Then this can be out only. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Which means then that this needs to be... Oh, well, I guess that's fine like that. Hopefully that ends up fixing stuff. I know I might just be completely messing up other problems, but that does seem a little better. Someone who was learning sign language in their 30s without knowing any deaf people for that exact purpose of teaching my kid, I was getting full sentences by 1. Wow. Good on you for doing that, though. If they haven't changed the code, there's more than enough public transport for them to not clog up until the bridge. Now that those intersections only turn west, eastbound doesn't need to stop. Right. And that is, I was going to fix that too. I just didn't remember. So that needs to be yield. And then these can all just keep going. We'll do the same here. So that should help improve things a little bit. This needs to be a traffic light. Okay, it is. This, okay, academic year report. That is blocked by this. Okay, more academic works, more students, more campus attractiveness. Haven't gotten a higher level yet. Research funded academic work, anti-gravity drones. Evaluation of uneven pavements. 2 toga parties, alright. Alright, so I think this is slowly helping a little bit. This might need to become a 4-lane road here. Can we upgrade that? Make sure it's the same. Okay, there we go. Let's check our routing here. So this can actually be a right turn now. I think this can be a right turn only, probably. We'll just end up doing that. I don't want anyone to turn left. Oh, it got me out of the intersection control. Maybe I'm focusing too much on where these individual lanes go. That might be kind of a waste of time. I meant use access roads to get through the bushes next to the road with all the monorail and rejoin the traffic after gym and parking, like an access road next to an interstate where the interchanges are, 1 to 2 miles apart. I don't think you can progress in right now for the campus year on year. You have to have 2 go by. All right, I'm just going to get rid of all the intersection restrictions there and see if that fixes itself. Hopefully it does. All right, so you were talking about get through the bushes next to the road with the monorail. Oh, okay. So you meant turn this around. Did I move this to the wrong spot already? No, that didn't really change too much, but that is also more likely to be what the parking deck would be set up as with an access road to it. And then you said go around back down to here. The reason I can't put it here is because this monorail station's in the way. So if we come back over here to have this thing set up, it actually needs to be coming back in, I think, down here. If I can have this go that way. We'll end up moving all of this again, of course. Move this back up like so. And I think I'm actually going to connect these. Get off the curved road. So this is much closer to what this would actually be set up as. I think if we just move this over a tiny bit, move it up a little bit as well. Yeah, that should help a little bit. This is going to get extended, maybe not. Maybe that'll just stop there. This will just be the entrance to campus, because we can eventually get all the way down here. But until that's the case, we might just kind of leave this how it is. It's nice how the cars in City Skylines can fit into people's pockets. Like the capsule cars in Dragon Ball. Oh, those are gymnasium sounds. That's what that is. Alright, and there was nothing else we unlocked, right? Because we didn't actually level up. Nope, stop that. I guess we just have to rotate money in between stuff. Okay, so we actually have enough academic works. We just need more students, and we need more campus attractiveness, which means we need more buildings. Well, now the problem is I'm going to start running out of space. So what else can I really build that's not a repeat of anything? Education buildings. So, oh, okay, they've categorized. Okay, police academy. Oh my god, this is huge. Okay, so it really wants us to build the police academy, I guess. This is going to be kind of a stretch to put that in here. So I think what we'll end up having to do... Oh, hold on. That disconnected everything. No, that's the wrong thing. What is this? Ground... Okay, I just have to have everything turned on. All right. We'll just have that automatically put in. Let's do a little bit of terraforming. Very slowly. This really can't go any faster. What is this? Oh. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yes. Arise. Excellent. Yeah, we had some pretty wild weather here, too, the other day. Why is that so much faster? Oh, that's soft and it's not. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Is that a water source in there, or is that just one of those weird things? All right, let's raise this a little bit more here. Ah, I didn't want that. Ooh. Okay. All right, let's turn the strength down there a little bit. Make stuff look a little nicer. I didn't want to completely reroute the whole river here. All right. Yeah, I need to unlock the other section. The problem is I kind of can't. I don't have any... Oh, I guess I will when I get to 17,000. I will get a new thing to unlock. But if I unlock this one, there's just more of this. If I unlock this one, we get access to trains. Hashtag save the rock. All right. So let's go ahead and get to 17,000 here, and then I think I'm going to have to call it for today. We've been live over 4 hours. I did not ever think was going to be live that long. But I need to build the we need to build this police academy for them to, I guess, let me do anything else. But this is just so huge. So let's outdoor study. Can I guess I have to turn anarchy off. Let's move that. Just for right now, we'll put that out there. And then I think we'll come in. All the way down here, and then see if I can I don't want to magnetize to that. Come on, it really wants me to attach to that node, huh? Is this enough space? If I turn anarchy on, it is. All right, police academy. Oh, there you go. You got parking spots off of a walking path. That's fine, I guess. Can I get this to go out there? I sure can. All right, then let's move our book club very slightly. All right, that's fine right there. So now this, I guess it can get its own students or something. But it should increase our attractiveness. We just need a couple more buildings. Another dormitory. Turn anarchy off. Now can I... Yeah, I need to move this. It needs to go into a... different spots. So how about, we're not going to get rid of the rocks, don't worry. Put it right here. And then let's actually move this dormitory to come up here. There we go. That actually works pretty well. Great convo, solving the world's problems and making a great little city. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you. Hey, you are always welcome to come in here and have a good time with us. I try to keep it friendly for everybody, and I'm glad we can have good discussions about stuff without being hostile. That means a lot to me, because people can get really, really nasty for no reason. And I don't want that to ever be something that happens on this channel. Hey, 17,000, cool. So we have a new plot of land. We'll probably do that next time. We could change this to a liberal arts college campus if we wanted to. Oh, look at all these new buildings. This is fantastic. We are going to build a crematorium, and then we're probably going to have to call it for today because it is definitely dinner time. But let's, large advanced crematorium, you bet. You absolutely bet I'm building one of these. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yep. Yep. Oh, it's not empty? All right. You know what? No, we don't have to empty this. We'll just leave it alone. But no, this thing, you better believe they're putting a whole bunch of bodies in this thing. I do think it's funny how the driveway doesn't cut through the little strip of grass there, so all these hearses coming in are just going to be hopping the curb. Yeah, there we go, 17,000, which means we should also have access to, oh, tours. That's a new thing. I think that was one of the DLCs I bought last week, 2 weeks ago. Cable cars, airport area, and we now have access to cruise ships and ferries and all that fun stuff. So yeah, but hey, we made some good progress. We've got our cozy Polytechnic Institute just doing their thing. We're almost high enough to get another building unlocked. So let's see, can I fit another dormitory right here and still have the power connected? There we go. So now our attractiveness should be, yep. So end of the academic year, this will upgrade to the next level. Starting to look, well, I mean, it looks like a generic college campus, but as far as generic college campuses go, it looks pretty good. This area has grown a whole lot. Our traffic seems to still be doing pretty well, all things considered. This is a problem for the ages. We'll have to figure this out. Probably going to have something to do with putting another connector in right here eventually. We do have that one up there. This is, yeah, we're going to have to figure this out. We're going to upgrade some roads. But our little forestry area is still looking okay. Water availability, one more thing we can fix before we call it a day. Put in another water tower. And sewage treatment. Oh, we have a new one. So I had before just this eco inland water treatment plant. We have this advanced water treatment plant we might get to some point in the future. But for right now, I'll just put another one of these right there. Slowly choking out our industry, I guess. But that should be good to go. And there you have it, folks. Pretty successful 4 hours and 13 minutes of playing some City Skylines, talking about some other world issues that are relevant, slightly, I guess. Hopefully you had a good time. I'm thankful that all of you are here. I hope whatever you're doing with the rest of your day, you have a good one. And hopefully see you back on the next one. There will not be a stream on Easter Sunday here in the U.S. That is next Sunday. Probably still have a video out in the afternoon or morning, but I will not be live streaming. I'll have family stuff to take care of that day. But yeah, hopefully see you this week for all of our new Oster videos. Gonna have another Anno 1800 video as well. Gonna get that series continuing, and then we'll see where we go from there. I've got a couple other ideas, so look forward to talking with all of you soon. Thanks again for being here. Have a good one. Bye-bye.